automatic tweet bot has... Yes, it has worked.
What does your automatic tweet bot do?
It's not like it's nothing complicated. It's just a Twitter account that tweets the link with the title of the stream, so that people could, I don't know how people use their shit. Like maybe they would want to get notifications for that account just to know when I'm on, because they don't feel like being notified via Twitch, or I don't know. Hello, Ari. Okay. Welcome.
So how did this whole flight simulator thing start, and like what's the deal with flight simulator?
So basically, have you heard of comedians in cars getting coffee?
Yeah.
I think I'm trying to remember exactly how it happened, but I don't know. That was just the idea I had. I was like, comedians in cars getting coffee. What would I do? Philosophers on Twitch playing flight simulator. I'm not like a flight simulator fan or anything. If they ever sponsor me, I'll become one more full-throatedly.
It's weird to watch you like on the stream out of sync with how we're talking here.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. That was throwing... Embryosophy was on, and that was throwing her. She was, like, having trouble with it, because she's, like, extremely, like, embodied and using that type of... She was, like, really having trouble. And I think she had to cover my face.
I'm actually kind of glad that I didn't do video, because it would be super distracting to watch myself out of sync with my talking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I'd have to turn the stream off.
Yeah. What's up, Zach? So this hundo thing, I've never understood that meme. I know Zach's name. What's up, Soren? But hundoism, what is that from?
Not sure.
You don't know. I assume that everyone who isn't me knows all the memes.
No, I mean, dude, I'm like 36. I don't know any memes. All the kids are on top of the memes.
Don't have time for memes.
I got things to do. I got corporations to rage at.
Yeah. Machines to rage at. Against.
Like a rat in a cage, man.
Yeah. Ari doesn't know what the fuck hundoism is. Just thinks it sounds funny. Oh, Paul 100. Oh, yeah, that guy.
So how do we how's this work? How do we get started here?
What are we doing? I mean, basically, I was trying to see if fucking Lithros would show up last minute, but he has not done so. And so let's just jump right into flying. And if we want to, in the middle or at the end or something, play some Jackbox, we can do it. So I'm going to boot up Flight Sim.
I like flying.
Yeah.
Do I get to pick the plane? Like, how does this work?
Yes.
Do I get to pick the destination?
Yes. Yes, all of the above. I have opinions, but my opinions are not considered valid legal tender about where we should fly or what plane we should pick. Though I might
What options? Like what options do I even have?
So for destinations and departures, you can just anywhere in the world. So it's based on Bing Maps that we're flying over. So it's like the whole world. And then as far as planes, I will show you the planes we have. Here we go. With the flight sim.
Can I fly like a helicopter into Everest?
I don't have I don't know if there is a helicopter, but we could fly something into Everest.
Can I get like a stealth bomber? Do you have like military planes?
I have a fighter jet. Yeah, I have a fighter jet. That's the more military, the most military plane I have. So basically, the types, if I'm recalling correctly, of course we have to check for updates. We got fighter jet. We've got big planes like Boeing, 747 type planes. There are nice jets, which are like rich person jets. You know what I mean? Then there are like propeller planes and weird little like skiffs, and they ones that land on water and stuff like that. But that's just that category. They're hard to fly, but they are cute. Those are basically the categories.
Wait, do you have to actively fly it, or are we just putting it on autopilot while we talk?
I have to actively fly it, but
Oh shit. Okay.
it's kind of like a real plane, which I have learned. It's not that hard to kind of get it autopilot ish, like you can kind of get the settings right and not be too worried about it.
So, oh, okay, cool. What's the most common plane that you use on here the most?
Well, let's see. I like the fighter jet because it's just so easy to fly. But people
I want
tend. Yeah, go ahead.
I want the weirdest fucking plane, like the one that no one else has picked.
Okay, so people tend to here. Let's take a look. So it will be showing up momentarily. As soon as my computer. Okay, so people. Honestly, the weirdest one might be gigantic. I mean, okay, gigantic. Nobody picks gigantic planes. So here, I'll slowly scroll through. So starting now, and it'll be a little delay for you. We got the fighter jets. Then we got the Airbus. This like propeller plane. Another big plane. Then it just starts being mixed. You got this weird little blue one. You can see like cruise speed and max altitude. It does give a sense of what it's sort of capable of. Slowly scrolling through. These are all these weird little planes and jets and stuff. Like this Textron Aviation, that's a jet. This one. And then by the end you get to another jet and this yellow thing. But the powerhouse planes, definitely the fighter jet, and like the monster is like this like Boeing 747. It's like 43,000 feet compared to like 15,000 feet.
Yeah, let's do the Boeing 747.
Oh yeah, all right, and we get to pick a color.
Hot pink.
I don't know if we have every color available. Scrolling through, you got the blue, got the green, got the yellow, got the brown, got the big blue, and got this white one.
Still waiting for the picture to catch up. Let's go with like let's do like the weird orange one.
The brown or the yellow?
I don't know. It looks orange to me, like the one on the bottom. Not the brown, the like yellow orange.
Oh yeah, yellow. Cool, beautiful. All right, and then where shall we fly in the world? The world is your oyster.
Okay, so I want to go from central basin of the Amazon to Antarctica.
Okay, so then that will take as long as it would take in real life.
I guess we're not flying the whole way then.
Okay, cool. What is where is the central basin of the Amazon? What is that?
It's like it's like in Brazil, like Western Brazil.
Okay.
And it doesn't look like you have a takeoff option, so
well, I
get
all these little dots are kind of like these little tiny dots are like places you can start from anywhere, but there
Perfect.
are airports.
Like one of those dots in the middle of South America should do it.
All right, cool. I'm just gonna like grab one. We'll see what happens. Let's just grab a dot. What's this dot?
Perfect.
Aldea Nakepoti Airport. Set departure. Arrival. Antarctica. Is that a thing? We'll just fly south. All right. Set. Okay. Cool. Beautiful. What are you complaining about, Soren? What's up, Karma
No, it's
Custodian?
it's super important that we fly to a specific destination in Antarctica, which is beneath the ice. Can we do that?
We can fly south, and Antarctica's south, right? What destination are you thinking? Like, is that like the Fortress of Solitude?
Yeah, I'm joking. There's no destination in Antarctica that
There.
you could fly to.
We can
We're gonna
teleport.
we're gonna crash this. We're gonna crash this bitch into the ocean.
All right. Beautiful. All right, here we go. Ready to fly. And I can show you how detailed this game is. It's extremely detailed. All these buttons, like not literally everything, but like a lot of these buttons you can press. I am definitely getting some slow.
Look at this tiny ass airport in the middle of nowhere. We're
Yeah.
like surrounded by jungle. I love it.
Yeah, we're like
You're
this is gonna
you
be
have a
challenge.
Boeing 747 like in the middle of the jungle. It's amazing.
All right, we're gonna try. Can I back up first? Is that a thing? Can you go backwards?
Can you actually take off from that?
We're gonna try. I'm gonna go backwards
This is
first.
this is gonna be like with that like space station program where you have to like construct a rocket, but like your rocket just immediately crashes because you fucked up the initial circumstances.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're just gunning it. So I don't think we'll crash and die because I have turned off some of the collision stuff, but this is gonna be ugly. It's gonna be real ugly. Oh, we're going so slow. Come
Can
on.
you do it? Can you do it, Michael?
I'm gonna. We're just. Oh, it's gonna
Come
be.
on. I believe in you. Go. Don't hit the trees.
No, we're having trouble. Hold on. Why are my engines not working? Why are my engines just at
No.
half power?
You're just flying into the jungle. This is not looking good.
This is not how this works. All right, hold on. Okay. Now the
You
engines.
just no, you need to be in the air. You're hitting trees.
Yeah.
I I don't think your plane is working, man.
It usually works. Hold on.
I don't know. This never happens to me. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh no. Why is it just completely dead? Why is it just
I
not
don't know.
the engine?
I'm sorry I killed your plane, man. Like
No.
I believe you when you say this never happens to you.
Yeah, we're gonna restart. Harry says, "Just cut the stream there. We've got everything we can. We're gonna try this again.
Okay.
The trees provide additional lift.
Just
right.
help people. Yeah, I don't know. Like, he's a nice guy. I got on flight sim, but that dude does not know how to fly a plane. He just like
Oh
pushed
my
it into some
God.
trees.
All right, we're revving up the engines. We're unlocking the wheels.
Okay, I believe in you, Kersey. You can do this.
All right, speed. I feel the need for speed. Okay, and the engine just stops? Why is that happening? All right, I can
You can
cheat.
do it. Just don't fly into the trees this time. Air. You want air.
Oh, Jesus. Oh.
No, you're rolling into the jungle again. Just go up, Kersey. Just go up.
All right. I got this. Don't worry.
Do you need a smaller plane? Because we can. I mean, if you
No. We're
if you
good.
need to take a smaller plane, it's okay, Kersey. I won't judge you.
No, we're good. Hold on. All right, engines go. There we go. Somehow we made
Oh,
it.
he's cheating. Anti-gravity. Sweet.
Though I do have to keep it up, so as long this is very funny.
Keep it up, Kersey.
As long as the engines don't give out, let's screw with the flaps. So you got some flaps here that move. No, I don't know.
Okay. So we have a horrible garish orange plane.
Yes.
and you know, we're we're headed for Antarctica.
Yeah. Well, right
And
now we're going north, so we got to turn around.
oh yeah, that's a problem.
That will make it work. Not that hard.
I don't I don't think I've ever seen a Boeing at that angle.
Yeah,
It's kind of an impressive angle.
yeah, we're making it work. Here, let's turn on the map. Not this thing. Let's turn on the map. Just shows that we're over green. We might be able to follow like a cool river, something like that.
But I mean, is there even a well-known river in the Amazon rainforest? Like, I don't think there are any well-known rivers there.
Well, I don't know if we're gonna be by that one. Just go north until the globe turns south. Yeah, we're gonna go north to Antarctica. I don't
Guys,
think.
this is going to be the best. This is the best part of the stream, as Michael and I are just discussing the flight logistics of a Boeing in the Amazon.
Yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, I can. This is a wacky. You know, this plane is kind of pops. I like this steel, and they got a little blue on there. That actually is rather attractive.
I mean, gold on green is pretty pretty.
Yeah. We can pick the weather we want. By the way.
Oh, storms. Get a firestorm. Can we get a firestorm?
I don't know if firestorm's a normal option. We can pick storm. I clicked storm. It looks very cloudy. It's extremely cloudy. I can pick storm and maybe I can
Get like lightning going or something?
yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. We got lightning flashes. This is the perfect weather to fly to Antarctica in.
Well, I am somehow still gaining crazy altitude. Maybe if I get high enough. Oh shit. Maybe if I get high enough, it'll be a little clearer.
I mean, my solution is always get higher.
Get it low.
So,
Yeah. All right, I do want a little bit more visibility than this. Let me screw with the weather settings to
okay. You don't have to fly in a storm. It's okay.
But it is cool. Where are the fucking clouds? Where's like a... Can I move these clouds? I don't know what that is even doing.
No, we aren't bouncing around the cabin. We're just like we're doing coke on the dashboard. Is what's happening. Wait, am I allowed to say that on Twitch?
Right. So you can say that. You can make that. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. Yeah. If you have any other questions, definitely feel free to ask.
What am I not allowed to say on Twitch?
So I think like the way I think it actually works. What's up, Oyster? I think the way it works is when people getting reported is what causes them trouble. So it's like the combination of something punishable plus being reported, right? There we go. We got above the clouds. That is beautiful. That'll show up in a second. So my viewers are all pretty chill, and it's mostly like people we know from Twitter.
Perfect.
But like, super racist stuff. I think if it's super like very lewd things, shown on stream can get you in trouble. I think like
Well,
yeah.
I'm kind of prissy, so I think we're okay.
You're kind of what?
Prissy?
Prissy. That's a good word.
I don't like. I'll swear, but I don't really like lewd stuff.
Yeah. I'm kind of the same. I'm not a bonker either.
What's a bonker?
Oh yeah, this is one of those memes. So people say horny stuff and then someone says bonk.
Oh yeah, I think the horny posting in general is kind of I don't know, like I don't usually horny post, and I think it's kind of, what's the word, unaesthetic.
But don't people criticize that?
What? Horny posting?
Not horny posting?
Oh, I don't know. No one ever criticizes me for it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Stop showing your neck on stream, Kersey. Too lewd.
I don't know. Like, it always, like, it makes me a little uncomfortable when people horny post at me, and, like, I tend to tell them that too. So I think like I just don't do it because I don't like it when people do it at me. So I don't know.
Right. I think it's a little. I
I'll,
don't.
I'll
No, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say I'll save my horny posting for people I'm actually dating in real life.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's a little. I don't know. It feels a little different for me as like a. It's like a. I don't know, cis white dude. It's like. But then again, it's bullshit because Mechanical Monk is like the horniest person on there, and he seems to not get in trouble.
Well, Monk is hot, and so I think if you're hot, you can get away with horny posting.
You can get away with it.
So that's the question, Michael. Like, if you just changed your stream to all dick pics all the time, what would happen? There's only one way to find out.
I think it would be. I wonder how long. I do have thoughts like that. Like, not specifically that thought, but I do have thoughts like how fat. Okay, here's a weird thought I used to have as a kid. This is a very strange thought. If I just sat here from any given place, I'm at school, I'm at home, whatever, and I didn't do anything. Imagine I just didn't do anything, right? How long would it take for someone to, like, so what would happen? It's like people would be like, "Where's Michael?" They'd come find me. They'd be like, "Come on, let's do this thing," and then I wouldn't respond. Then they'd like poke me, and they'd be like, "Hey, what's going on?" Then they'd be stressed. Then they'd be like, "Is this a joke?" And then I play it out to be like, where would this go? Like, would I end up in like a hospital if I just stopped doing anything? Do you know what I mean?
I think it's funny that that was your like childhood question fantasy because I had the opposite one. Like
Okay.
I would always like I don't know, like in grade school and stuff, I would always be like super bored when I was forced to like sit still or like I remember we used to have choir, right? Like I would go to because I went to a private like religious day school and we would have choir sessions. And I would always be like in the second or third row of the choir and I remember thinking like I'm so bored and I so badly want to just like throw myself down onto the people in front of me and like what would happen like
Right.
and I really wanted to like have the power to like try to do things and then rewind time just to like see what happened and I'd always like think about this to entertain myself.
With like, with like socially strange things, like throwing yourself on the
Yeah,
people. Yeah.
yeah, just like what would happen, and then you get into situations where you're like, okay, like what if it's a time limited power and like you can only rewind like 15 seconds or something,
Right.
right?
Right. Right.
And so what if you get yourself stuck in a loop with like disastrous consequences, but you've passed the 15-second mark where you already like initiated the chain.
Oh shit. Yeah.
And so you're like endlessly rewinding, trying to find a way to like get yourself out of the terrible situation, but you just can't.
Holy shit. Is this like a description of social anxiety?
Yeah, probably. These are the kinds of things I used to worry about when I was a kid. Like, oh shit, like what if I had rewind time powers, but I got myself into a situation where I couldn't rewind far back enough?
Right. Uh, did you read Animorphs? Were you an Animorphs kid?
Oh, I loved Animorphs.
Hell
And
yeah.
like actually there's a great like rationalist rewrite of them that I pimp on Twitter every now and again.
Oh, I might have heard that and then forgotten it. Is it good?
It's so good. Like I really enjoyed. It's like a, it's some absurd amount of words at this point. It's like 300,000, 500,000 words or something, but like it's excellent. I actually need to go back and see if he finished it cuz I think they were like late in the series, but it wasn't done when I stopped reading last time, so I bet he's got more chapters up.
Is it very, like, is it, how do you describe it? Is it really like rationalist fiction? Like, does it fit squarely in the genre with the other?
Yes.
It does,
Yeah.
yeah.
And they go deep on like the questions that the Animorph series like should have asked if it was like a serious adult, series.
Right,
And like so they get into stuff like, okay, so like when you morph into another being, or
right.
because you can morph into other people too, right? So like when you morph into another person and you like pick up on their instincts and thoughts and stuff, like what's happening to that consciousness? And they get into this whole thing where like they realize that every time they morph into someone, they're like creating a semi-conscious entity and then destroying it, and like
Uh-huh.
they like get into all these philosophical questions about not wanting to like kill people by morphing into them, and it's just I don't know.
Oh,
There's
that's
some
pretty
really
cool.
interesting explorations of the morphing tech.
Right, right, right. Yeah, I read the shit out of those. It's a very, like, the whole, it's like a body snatchers type thing. Like the whole, like the Yerks, right? these slugs that crawl in your parents' and teachers' ears and make them act according to some dark purpose is very there's something timeless, I feel like.
Well, it's funny too, because I mean, like, me, trans kid, like, obviously I'm interested in animorphs because I'm like, oh God, like, why didn't anyone ever morph into the opposite gender? Like,
Oh
why didn't they
yeah.
explore that? And like,
Does that just
but
not
like that was
happen?
always it. No, like in the main series, I don't think they do it. Like one
Right.
of the girls morphs into one of the other girls, and I think one of the guys morphs into the other guys, and like the male Andalite morphs into a guy, but
Uh-huh.
like they don't ever do the whole like cross gender thing, which I think is super interesting.
Right. Do you think that's the era? You know,
No, I think it's the
kids.
audience
Yeah.
age range because I mean like it as soon as you go there, like, you're gonna have questions of like sexuality and body stuff come up that
Right.
they probably don't want to tackle for like the,
Right.
6 to 14-year-olds that are supposed to be reading that series.
Right. Right. Amnimorphs responsible for furries? Yes, no. I don't know
I
the
don't think
history
it's
there.
responsible for them. I mean, I think furries are more about like the cartoons that
Right.
anthropomorphized um, animals for 30 years.
Right. Yeah, like I don't know, Looney Tunes and shit. I mean, not that that's like the
Yeah,
peak or something. Like that's what you're
how
thinking.
much how often did they sexualize Babs Bunny? Like
Mm. Mm.
you're gonna have stuff come out of that for sure.
Oh yeah. Fucking Who Framed Roger Rabbit with cartoon lady. What's her name? Jessica Rabbit.
So do you have control of this plane? Should we get started on like some of the topics that we
Yeah,
had?
yeah. No, I'm flying. I'm good. I'm just enjoying exploring the this strange space between the two layers of cloud cover. But yeah. Let's see. What do we have? Let me boot up your DM. I guess like what do you? Okay, so you just drove a lot,
Yeah, I just
right?
drove 20 hours like 2 days ago. 20 hours in a row.
With is that like with the RV?
Yeah, I drove 20 hours in a 30-foot RV pulling a 8-foot trailer with a Prius hooked up to it. So like
Uh huh.
40 feet of like 8-axle vehicle for 20 hours straight.
Is that does that thing like guzzle gas with all that shit? It probably does.
Yeah, I mean, I think I tweeted I spent $900 to get it from Arizona to Washington, and it's making me really question some choices I've made. Well, and now the RV's title I've discovered is in title hell with the state of Oregon, who is all backed up, even if it wasn't in title hell. So I might be stuck here for a while because my registration's expired. So I have no idea what to do about that either.
By the way, very fortuitously, we got a rainbow. You might be able to see it on screen
What?
to the left of the
I,
wing. There's
is
some
it a double
rainbow.
rain? Oh my gosh! Oh, that's so cool.
It is kind of cool. Kind of just flying over this rainbow. It's like rotating in this trippy way.
It's
What's
a
up with that?
sign.
Oh yeah, we got like a whole like aura, rainbow aura. That's actually
It's a
sick.
It's a sign that at the end of this call, there's going to be a pot of gold.
Yeah. Um. Okay, wait. So let me let me. I'm just gonna ask you what I'm curious about. Um.
Go for it.
So let me get the I imagine you've tweeted about all of these things, and you have written so much stuff. Um. What's the story? How did the desert thing happen? How long has that been where you live?
Yes. So the desert thing, as most of my crazy ideas happen, occurred completely on a whim. I was thinking about moving to San Diego,
Mm.
and I went and hung out in San Diego for a month with my RV. And this was like, in December at like the height of COVID. And, I'm in this place with my life right now where I'm trying to figure out what I'm even doing. like what I want to do. I feel
For
like I've been
sure.
off rails ever since I got divorced a couple of years ago, and I just have no idea. I'm not tied down anywhere. I don't have a job that requires me to be anywhere. I've got friends all over, and so I'm just kind of at this place in my life where I'm like, fuck, where do I go?
Yeah, same.
So I was in, yeah, so you get it.
Yeah.
So I mean, like I was feeling out San Diego, and I love San Diego, but I was there for a month, and I didn't actually go out and experience the city much at all. I mostly just hung out in my RV and worked, which is what I do a lot. And so I was like, well, it's stupid to like pay the equivalent of rent to an RV park if I'm just gonna like sit in my RV all the time, and I could just do that with a regular apartment. Like, what's the point in having this RV if it's not actually saving me much money?
Right.
So that was when I was like, okay, so my options basically are like sell the RV and buy a cheap house in like Mexico or something, or find some like cheap ass plot of land somewhere in the US and like build myself a base that I can go hang out on. And I started looking at land options, and I felt better about buying land than about buying a house in Mexico.
Mm.
And I just kind of drove to this place in the Arizona desert in the middle of nowhere, looked at some properties, found one that was in the like very, very cheap range on the, for 40 acres, and just pulled the trigger because why not? And then I've spent the 6 months after that in the desert, like building up a little base that I can go chill at.
Okay, so I'm going to ask like pretty stupid questions, but just because I'm actually thinking about this. So, how do you buy land? Like, who owns the land? Do you go and contact a realtor? Like, how do you even pick? I get what were your
Yeah, usually
criteria?
they, well, my criteria were basically just that I wanted something, I wanted as much land as I could get for my money, and I didn't want to be too close to anything, and I kind of wanted to be totally off grid because I thought it was cool.
Yeah.
Like it would have been fine to be hooked up to the electric power lines, but I think I'm glad that I didn't get that actually
Mm.
because now I get the opportunity to play with solar, and it's a little bit more remote. Like it's really the middle of nowhere.
Mm.
Um, oh, someone asked, was it primarily a money thing, or what was I interested in the desert specifically? It was I actually was interested in the desert specifically, like, and this is gonna sound dumb, but it's because I'm a Fallout nerd,
Hell
and
yeah, dude.
I
Wait, oh, I love that. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Yes.
I I grew up playing the Fallout games, and like I've spent a lot of time in the Midwest and the Pacific Northwest, and but I would go visit my dad in the desert in summers, and I really like the desert biome. I don't know, I've always been attracted to it, and
Mm-hmm.
so. I just loved the idea of like having some deserty land in the middle of nowhere where I could go play cowgirl and like hang out.
Yeah. And I saw you just got a revolver. Is that is that correct?
I did. I specifically bought a revolver for snake shot because you can't load snake shot into an automatic gun because it'll jam. So you need a revolver for snake shot, and I figured if I was gonna buy a revolver, I may as well get one that looks like a cowboy revolver. And so now, I've got to wait 10 days. I took that picture before I actually took possession of it, but
Right, right.
I'm gonna have the revolver in 10 days, and I can kill snakes with it,
Okay,
in theory.
is snake shot like is it like is it does it spread a lot or something or
Yeah, it's like it's basically like a shotgun. Like
right,
it's a small spread light pellet spray
right.
that like you just kind of aim and shoot at the snake.
Okay, so I have to tell my story really quick about shooting snakes. So,
Go for it.
my grandfather was in the Pacific theater doing like weather monitoring or something during the Second World War. And the story goes that he saw a snake in the office and started shooting at it. Um, and was like not a good shot and like put a lot of bullets in this office before someone ran in like what the hell are you doing and killed the snake with a
Why
shovel.
was why was he shooting in an office in the first place? Like that's freaking crazy.
Because there was a snake there. I think that's the this is a story that was passed down to me. I don't know like if it's true. I think it was sort of that side of the family's Jewish, so I think it was sort of like a a performance of a certain set of values by the absence of another set or something like that.
Ah, yes.
So,
The Jewish heritage performance of randomly firing firearms in random directions.
well,
I'm well acquainted with that one.
yeah. Well, I can explain if you want, but the
No, go ahead.
that's the no. I don't have. I think it's just like a haha. We're I don't know. I don't want to accidentally try to comment on Judaism. That's not my intent here. The, there's
I
like
think you were asking questions about the desert and stuff, I think.
yeah. Let's
If
go
you
there.
want to get back on topic.
Well, wait. So, are you actually a pro at spinning guns? Do you
Well,
do
okay,
that? Like, can you
so
do that?
I I have done that with my 9 millimeter. Not loaded, but I was playing with it and practicing with it.
Mm,
But I used to be super pro at spinning my Nerf six gun, like and
mm.
shooting it when I grabbed the handle. So I was like really crack at doing that. So I have to imagine it translates pretty well to a regular gun if I actually wanted to attempt that.
Right. Um. But let's talk about games really fast. So, you like Fallout?
Uh-huh.
Which Fallouts were you most a fan of?
I mean, I grew up playing the PC ones, Fallout 1 and Fallout 2. Fallout 3 was cool,
Yeah.
like from a just an aesthetic perspective. It was a really like I was really into it when it first came out. I thought it was really interesting.
Yeah.
But I feel like it loses a lot of the charm and optionality of the classic games, which were much more about storytelling than I think Fallout 3 is, which is more of a it's Fallout 3 is really more of a run and gun game with
Mm.
some Bethesda story worked into it.
Sorry, we had a voice balance, audio balance. Zach, am I still quiet? It looks usually I'm louder. I guess I can adjust Lim's audio slightly to make it more equal. But let me know if there's a. Let me know if I'm too quiet. Um. Okay, and then do you still play games? Are you like? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
You
I still
make
call
games.
myself a gamer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the problem is like every time I sit down to mess with my Switch or to play a game on my phone or even a PC game, um, my first thought is always like, well, you could play this game or you could go work on your game. And,
Right.
you really should go work on your game because, that's fun too. And like, I really do have as much fun working on my game as playing other games. So
Yeah.
I have like Baldur's Gate 3 and Wasteland 3 both sitting on my hard drive and like
Yep.
Divinity Original Sin 2, and I haven't touched any of them, even
Yeah.
though I'd like to.
I'm also sitting on Baldur's Gate 3, and I played the shit out of Baldur's Gate 2 growing up, and somewhat with 1. Um, I sound fine now. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was the same era as like the Fallout games. So I mean, those are
right.
just like classic role-playing experiences, right? Like
Yeah,
I love how much freedom there is in those, and you don't really get that as much with many modern games.
yeah, totally. Though I did go back recently playing Baldur's Gate 2 and decided that the romance stuff that I thought was that like awakened me like as a kid is really badly written.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just very like I don't know. You can just imagine the dude who wrote it kind of thing. Uh
Well, I mean, it's juvenile. You get the same thing in Fallout, right? Like
mm,
the only romantic interactions you get access to in the Fallout games are like the sex workers that are in every city, and they're always kind of cringy interactions, and
right.
it's not sophisticated um, romantic writing for sure.
Right. Yeah. But I was all over that shit as a kid. I was like very happy. Put it that way.
Yeah,
Um,
it was cool. Like I remember my exposure to the Fallout games was I had this friend in high school who I think I was like a freshman,
mm,
and his pitch to me was like, "Okay, have you played Fallout? It's this game where like you can take drugs and have sex and kill anyone you want." Like
right.
that was the pitch.
Right. Right.
And like it it delivered.
You're right.
But I just
Yeah.
think it's a really interesting setting and a really the writing in general was very high quality in terms of the different outcomes, and that I mean it kind of drove a lot of what I really like to see in game design, which is the opportunity to experiment in a world where you kind of make the story as you go. When we talk about modern games not having that level of optionality, I think a large part of it is the restriction of voice acting in a lot of games. Because when it was all
Mm.
text, it's easy enough to mod in a new storyline or write a couple of new stories. And
Right, right,
um, so I think that's just harder when everything is voice acted. Like, you even saw this from the jump to, like, Morrowind to Oblivion.
right.
There's a huge quality difference in terms of the available storylines and the different ways things can go,
Hmm.
because when everything is text, you can just like pump in as many stories as you can dream up.
Yeah, and you can also there's something. What was the game that just came out? It's like supposed to be like a spiritual successor to Planescape. They made like Tides of Numenaria or something.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
actually did play that one all the way through a
Oh,
couple
really?
summers
I
ago.
I just played the beginning, but it goes back to that like text style. You
Yeah,
know.
I never finished the original Torment. It was a little bit too hard
Mm,
for me. When you get to the middle, I didn't have enough direction
mm,
without even with a walkthrough.
mm.
But Numenera was cool in that it was weird, but I felt like it was a little bit too on rails for my
Mm,
preferences. I like the open world games.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um. Okay, so you're making this game. I guess I'm kind of curious. This is like a sort of like a personal thing. So I'm kind of curious in general about like how would I put this? Like, so we talked on the phone the other day about my projects and how I'm trying to figure shit out, and you saw that I'm very like kind of protective in a way of this like process. So I've got this like process, and I feel like I've got this thing that's like I don't like explaining it to anybody. I know it works. I have no idea the timeline on which it will work, but I know it will. I have to do weird stuff in order to like, sort of I've got this like pattern of like testing ideas. Like I could probably explain how, I started Philosophers on Twitch in order to experiment with this idea because I'm thinking about community building, because I'm thinking about how to blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I guess I'm curious about some of that stuff for you. And maybe one way to get into that is just, I don't know, I guess I'm curious to just hear about your game and like where that came from. Like, have you made games before?
Well, yeah, so the thing with me and game development is I have wanted to be a game designer since I was like 14 or something.
Mm,
Like I remember playing with RPG Maker way back with RPG Maker 95 and being like, "Oh my gosh, I can finally make this game."
mm-hmm.
And but I never like completed them, right? Because like um there's a lot of it takes a lot to make a game. There's a lot that goes into it, and there's a lot in terms of story, and there's a lot in terms of mechanics,
Mm,
and even with a pre-made system like that, there's just a lot. And so I didn't really have the follow through back then to really execute on the vision. But then even once I was in college, I went to school intending. I got a business degree, and it was a self-designed degree because my program didn't allow. Well, they didn't have like a product kind of role at the time. They didn't have a concept of like a producer.
mm,
So I kind of rolled my own degree and kind of made it a blend of like project management and technical execution. And coming out of school, I was trying to get a job with one of the Seattle area game development companies. And obviously, there weren't, those are pretty competitive jobs because everyone wants to do it.
mm,
And I ended up getting an offer for a like localization ops person with Big Fish Games in Seattle, I think.
mm-hmm.
And then my friend who was working at Amazon got me an interview with Amazon, and so I had an entry level role with Amazon Video on Demand on the table, and I had an entry level role as like a localization manager for Big Fish Games, and I was like so torn about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked my friends, and they're like, "You're fucking stupid. Just take the Amazon job. Like it's going to be so much better for your career in the long run, and there's more stability there. And they were
Mm-hmm.
right, and I did. And so I wound up like deviating from the game design path at that point and spending years in corporate.
Mm.
Um, but I never quite like lost that desire to build a game. And even while I was working at Amazon, I spun up a game company with a friend of mine, and we built most of a prototype for something not entirely dissimilar to what I'm building now.
Right.
It was a little bit different in concept, and it fell apart when I went through my transition and my first divorce
Right.
because I have a lot going on. So this is kind of a thing that I've wanted to do for a very long time,
Yeah.
and I finally got to a place where my tech skills were good enough that I could actually code it myself.
Right.
And I already had the storytelling skills from my writing. So it's only been like in the last 3 to 5 years of my life that I've probably had the right set of skills to do a full indie game design and
Mm.
execution all by myself.
Sodi says any survival tips for Amazon? I start in a couple weeks.
Ooh, well, it's been a long time since I worked there. It's been close to a decade. Um, I don't really have awesome things to say about the company in general. I will say that it is the job that probably pushed me the hardest and the one where I learned the most in terms of new skills. And so I think a lot of it is what you make of it. It's super, super intense. You're going to be working a lot of hours probably, and they'll give you opportunities if you step up to them and take advantage of them. But I was miserable the whole time I worked there, and like there was a guy on my floor who actually had to go to the ER because he collapsed at work from a panic attack when he kept getting conflicting asks from his director,
Mm.
and that were like requiring huge amounts of work, and like literally collapsed on the ground and had to be taken to the ER one day. So I mean, like those stories you hear about people like crying at their desks at Amazon, some people are like, oh, it's overblown. It's not overblown.
Holy
Like
shit.
it's it's pretty rough. It can be. I mean, you might get lucky and that might not be your experience, but it definitely is the Amazon experience for a lot of people.
Word. Okay, so then you have been working on this game, and okay, I'm putting together the pieces here. I feel like I'm sort of kind of getting a little bit of a picture. Okay, and so then what are you doing that mostly yourself?
Yeah, I've been working on it back burner to my other projects for about a year and a half, give or take, and kind of in bursts. And I'm handling all of the artistic direction and acquisition of the assets. I've got an
Mm,
artist who's doing the actual art, but I'm kind of guiding the vision for what the characters should look like, because the characters are going to be the core of the game.
right.
And then I'm doing all the coding for it and planning all of the story and all of the writing surrounding it. And
Uh,
it's going to be, go ahead.
well, no, I guess I was thinking about this because I um, had some thought about like making an app. I was it was some project idea I never followed through on. I asked a friend of mine who had built an app for like it's like a Twitter add-on type thing, and I asked him how was it, picking a co-founder for this thing because he worked in it with a small. I think it might have just been two of them, and he said. Just pay somebody to do the coding and like design it yourself. Don't like bring someone on as a co-founder. So I guess maybe that's kind of just what I'm thinking about when you're describing that. So I guess yeah. What's your thought process behind doing a lot of that work? I guess is it just like you can, so you might as well, or are you outsourcing the stuff that you can outsource or
Yeah, I mean, so the thing with the game is that it's very much a hobby and a passion project for me.
right.
So I've just started bringing my assistant into it a little, and she's gonna help me with some of the the data tasks, and I might see how she does with some minor coding assignments.
Mm,
But I'm like teaching her how to do it, so I don't like my expectations aren't super high there. And I don't really want to spend the money to have someone else code it because I'm really picky about it anyway, and I'm planning to continue expanding it.
Right.
And at this point, I've got 10 or 15 years of experience in product management and designing products and leading teams and stuff. So, I mean, like, I could bring someone in, but I could also just do it myself. And I really enjoy the coding aspect of it and the problem solving aspect of it, which is why it's as much fun as playing a game for me.
Right.
So I
Right.
kind of like doing it myself.
Right. Right. Right.
I like the artistic part. I like the coding part. I like coming up with stories for the characters that I'm gonna put into the game because it's
Yeah.
gonna be heavily story driven too. So I'm kind of excited about that.
Yeah. What's the platform going to be?
Yeah, so it's gonna be available on. I'm planning for Android, iPhone, Mac, Linux, and PC,
Hmm.
and then I could look at taking it out to Switch and Xbox and PlayStation. That's like an extra $800 just for the kit to export, and then a bunch of extra certification requirements. So I'll probably just wait and see if the game actually gets any traction.
Right.
I'm really just building it for myself anyway, and
Right.
if other people enjoy it, great. But like, this is the game that I've wanted to play for most of my adult life, and nobody's made it. So I'm just
Hell yeah.
trying to get my vision out there.
Hell yeah. The I guess I want to ask you about the game, but maybe, I don't know. Should I like just wait to play it? Like,
No,
yeah.
I mean, I'll answer any questions you have about it.
What kind of game is it? Like, what's the pitch? What's the idea?
So, have you played any of the gacha games like Marvel Strike Force or Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes or any of those kind of games?
I played some Marvel games. Let's just say no.
Okay. So the concept is basically like it's a hero collector game. You
Okay.
unlock heroes and you level them up and you assemble different teams and you use different teams in different situations. So there's elements of there's like elements of sort of the Pokemon gotta catch 'em all kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And there's elements of where do I invest my resources right now to unlock like the next set of challenges. And I really enjoy that whole style of gameplay. But the issue with these gacha games is that they're massive cash sinks, right? Like the whole system is set up around bleeding players of as much money as possible because it's set up around random loot boxes and stuff, which drives me crazy. You don't even want to know how much money I've spent on Marvel Strike Force. It's dumb.
Okay.
But
Let me look this
so
game up. Yeah.
I love the concept of like recruit different teams, set them up, and like put them on adventures. The piece that I would love to see more of is actually get more into the character stories and make the game itself more story driven so that you're like in kind of like a commander strategic role and you're setting up different teams for different aspects of this meta strategy game. And then meanwhile, you're taking these smaller teams into individual situations and doing like a classic tabletop style dungeon run where you can set up a team of 5 heroes, go into a dungeon, and then work through a series of rooms, kind of like Slay the Spire or something, where you're presented with different situations in every room. It might be a fight, it might be a story decision you have to make. It might, depending on your choices, it might give you an item, it might inflict a debuff on one of your characters that affects the rest of how the dungeon plays out. And there's basically endless opportunity for storytelling within this framework because you can have, game level events that occur and open up new challenges. You can have dungeon level events that occur and open up new paths that you haven't gone down before. You can key it to a specific class, so you can go down this path only if you have a rogue along or only if you have a healer along. And there's just like, I really love emergent player-driven storytelling. And so, when you combine all of these factors, there's opportunity for basically endless recombination of interesting gameplay scenarios. So you can engage the player basically endlessly and keep telling them new stories that they can explore, including the individual character stories. Like we can go into the backstory of each character and like set up an epic quest for them that you need to complete for like their final tier of upgrade or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's just so many cool things you can do with it. And what I love about the whole the overarching game concept is it's infinitely expandable. Like I can always add additional characters. I can always add additional gameplay modes. I can always add additional um, story arcs. And it lets me approach the game with something like a kind of like a Guild Wars model where you buy it once, you have access to what's there, and then I can continue to make money off it by selling expansion packs to it, basically, so that
Right.
no one feels like they're getting ripped off, that I'm like dragging money out of them. It's a buy it once and play situation,
Right.
and I can still continue to tell stories through this framework. And personally, I find the battle gameplay loop of like Marvel Strike Force, which my combat system is directly based on, extremely well designed in terms of balance and variety.
Right.
And so you get to make all these interesting choices about which characters to use and which characters to bring into different situations. And I just think there's so much potential for just a really fun gameplay loop when you bring all of that together.
You know what game I loved that this is making me think of? And I didn't play the shit out of this game like a lot of people have, but Final Fantasy VI.
Oh, 100%. One of my favorite games.
Oh yeah, no, and it's just that like, boom, like now you're on the ghost train, like learning about Cyan's family and his dark past, like, or
Totally.
that shit. I love that
So,
shit.
Final Fantasy VI was one of my formative gaming experiences, and it's like directly influenced both my fantasy writing and, frankly, the design of this game. I've got this game is based on a fantasy book I wrote, and the technology system in it, Mistech, is just Magitech ripped off. I mean,
Right.
So it's no, I'm with you. It's such a good game.
Yeah.
I actually wrote. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say I actually got paid to write an article once where I kind of explored the features in Final Fantasy VI, and I love the nuance and the maturity with which the female characters in that game are presented, because I think it's notable for its time. Because if you look at the story arcs of the two primary characters, Celis and Terra, neither of them are bit players in the story at all. Like Terra is the central figure for most of the game.
Right.
And
totally.
And then her whole story arc isn't about finding love or, being attached to a male character at all. Her whole story arc is about finding her sense of home. And she ultimately finds it by caring for a group of children. And like, I just think that's so cool. And like, how many games give a female character a really realistic arc like that? And Celis, similarly, she's like a fallen general of the Empire, and like has this whole will they or won't they thing with Locke, and then ultimately opts for she won't for reasons.
Right.
And then the whole like suicide arc relationship with Sid is like, I'm getting like choked up talking about it, which is stupid, but like I just think it's powerful. You don't see that kind of storytelling and seriousness from female characters in most games of that era, and even in the modern era. You don't get that kind of mature explorations of people's stories. And you also see this with the guys too. You get this with Cyan, which you brought up, and then like Edgar and Sabin, and I don't know. It's a great game.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm thinking about the thing you described. It sounds like it's possible for it to explode into like too many possibilities. But I guess if you've got a plan, you got a way that you're going to handle that.
Yeah. Basically, you set it up so that the stories are independent of the characters that you bring into it. So you're solving the story problem, and then you limit the individual character arcs to like specific chains that you fulfill if you want to with that character.
I'll have to believe you. It's a little hard to envision, but I will.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, So we've been playing. This kind of gives me also another lens for look at how we've been playing D&D with Dan's game. Just kind of like your you. I guess I feel like I've like witnessed your like kind of like world building. Like there's like I feel like when you start getting an idea, there's like a machine that starts like clicking forward, and it's like, how would you make this into like mechanics? I don't know. It's very Does that make any sense? What I just said?
Kind of. Like, do you mean like me personally? Like my
Yeah.
process for um yeah, like I think that it all comes back to storytelling for me, right? Like
Right.
the mechanics are secondary to the storytelling, and as
Hmm.
long as the mechanics are solid, um great. Like as long as the mechanics are fun, that's what's important. Which is why I cribbed someone else's battle system that I know is fun, that I know is engaging.
Right. Right.
And
Right.
then but the real magic, I think, in the games comes from the stories that we pick up from them, because that's what makes games emotionally compelling, right? Like you've got Tetris. Tetris is fantastic, but Tetris isn't emotionally compelling.
Hmm.
Um, it's the personification of the characters and how we relate to them and the experiences that they go through that make games emotionally resonant. This is why like something like RimWorld
Uh huh.
or any of these like kingdom builder games are really interesting from a storytelling perspective, because you get to tell stories about what happens to your characters in the game. And so like when your when your human dies of a gunshot wound,
Hmm.
and then his dog gets depressed because he's dead, and the dog develops alcoholism,
Uh
and
huh.
then lights the base on fire because he's trying to sneak in and steal beer from your fridge. Like that's a fun story to tell,
Right. 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 Right.
and that's what makes it memorable, not like tech trees and not like how well the shooting interface works. I think
Okay.
that's what differentiates solid games from amazing games.
Okay, so there's this argument I've been having with my best friend like approximately since we were both in high school, and we've just been playing a lot of games since then and just like continually having one like version of the same argument where um it took me years to realize that we are going for very different things in the gaming sense. So like I played Red Dead Redemption 2, very story driven game, all this atmospheric stuff, cool music, cool environment. I think my buddy would hate that game. Because when I find myself pitching it, I'm pitching it based on criteria he's not into, and he likes like really engaging, almost like the playing of the game itself is like very intense, whereas I'm like vibing with like the world and like the characters. I think that kind of doesn't appeal. I've just been surprised at how different our preferences are, basically. Um,
I think it's
you know,
interesting because for me, games work best when the systems are complementary,
mm,
rather than conflicting. Like my issue with Red Dead Redemption, I didn't actually love the gameplay. Like
mm,
it was fine. It was it was a little bit actiony, and I didn't. It was a little too twitchy for me actually.
mm.
Um, but like I really enjoy games where the mechanics are solid and don't get in the way of the storytelling, but are still fun to play.
Mm.
And it's either like if the story is poorly written and gets in the way of the mechanics, that irritates me. If the mechanics are clunky and get in the way of me reading the story, I don't like, I'd rather read a book. So I
Mm.
think your mechanics have to be engaging for the type of player that you're trying to attract. But then also if you're gonna have writing, your writing needs to be really strong too.
Yeah, I think that that for me, people complained about too much walking in Red Dead or too much riding your horse around. I was just down to ride my horse around. You know what I mean? Like I just was vibing that hard with the environment. I was just like, I don't even care. I'm just like gonna ride my horse. Like, I don't know if you ever played Death Stranding or saw that. It got criticized
No.
as a walking simulator, and it is. It's just you spend the whole fucking time just walking, and it's like one of my favorite games. But I don't know. There's some
I think
spectrum there.
I just I have noticed that I habituate to the graphics and environment of whatever game I'm playing. And I remember making this argument way back in like '06 or something on my MMO blog, And people would always fight with me about this, but like graphics don't matter. I think for a lot of players because you can play a MUD, you can play EverQuest with shitty graphics, you can play World of Warcraft, which is fairly dated at this point but stylized, or you can play like the most modern super graphics card thing in the world. And at least for me, eventually, I just kind of like settle into the graphics of whatever I'm doing, and I focus on the gameplay loops and the story. And I feel like graphics for me are secondary to those things usually.
I feel like graphics have become like kind of like almost like a bad habit. It's like people will use it just they'll say they'll not want to play something because it doesn't have good graphics, but it's more of like a barrier to entry. It's not like it is adding that much in terms of like positive enjoyment. It's like just another bar or something like that. Totally. I've noticed that in myself.
I mean, this is I actually skipped. I'm not going to have character animations in my game. I'm going to do static sprites with a flashing shader to indicate that they're taking an action, and then have animated abilities that happen on the target. But I'm going old school because it maximizes my flexibility as an indie designer. I don't have to pay for expensive animations to introduce a new character. Just need an artist to do one sprite.
Right.
And so,
right.
And that's an intentional choice to keep costs low and expand my narrative options.
Word. Totally. Interesting. I mean, it'll be super cool to like have a game. I mean, that's just a awesome thing.
I mean, I'm hoping to be an alpha this summer, and I can maybe get it out to some of you guys, and you can get a hold of it and see what I'm rambling about.
I will totally, if I can, I will totally fuck around with it. Or by if I can, I mean, cool. If that's how you're sharing it, whatever you're doing.
Yeah, I'll probably throw up a link on Twitter and let people apply for alpha.
Oh, cool. Well, I hope I make it.
I'm sure you'll make it. I'll let you in, Cruzy.
Yes.
If you promise to play it on your stream.
I mean, I'll do it. So Chaos Prime was on, and I was like, should I play Caves of Kud or however it is on stream? And he's like, well, it's pretty complicated. Like, you might have trouble, like, kind of getting into it. And I was like, oh, fuck. Like, this is too hard. Like, I'm going to just be there fiddling. But I do want to play that game.
I have wanted to play Caves of Kud for so long because so many people have said it's amazing, and I just haven't been able to sit down and take the time to get into it.
Yeah.
The last time a game like a roguelike like that came with that strong of a recommendation was this game Tales of Magiel. Have you seen this?
No, I have not.
It's like this really janky, shitty graphic roguelike that some dude built forever ago.
Yeah.
And he continues to expand it for like 15 years, but like it is one of the most satisfying roguelike experiences I have ever played. And you unlock different classes, you unlock different races, like all through different in-game mechanics. It's got like a randomized loot system like Diablo, and I lost an entire summer to it. I actually leveled up my modding skills because I liked the game so much. I figured out how to mod it.
Sick.
Started building my own dungeons and stuff. And then I was like, if I'm going to do this, I may as well just build my own game.
Yeah, hell yeah. I just got into, I mean, not making mods, I'm not that advanced, but just using mods at all, because since I started streaming, it's been the only time in my life that I've had a powerful enough computer to do this stuff, and I always played PS4, where you basically can't use mods at all. But I've been screwing around with, someone made a Dark Souls roguelike mod.
What? That's cool.
It's very cool. Yeah, it's awesome. It's just great. It's bizarre. I don't know how familiar you are with Dark Souls, but it's kind of, they find a way for there to be start and end points to different subparts of the world, and when you get to the end of point, you teleport to another start point. So in other words, you're using the Dark Souls world, but you're kind of routing through it in a totally bizarre way, that you wouldn't do in the normal game. And then they have randomly generated weapons with randomly generated stats and randomly generated names and randomly generated item descriptions that end up so weird sounding, but it ultimately it's very fun. They're spawning enemies in random places. The enemies' attack
Don't
animations get like slowed down and sped up in a weird pattern, just to keep you
don't
on
the
your feet.
bosses just wipe you out though?
The bosses, I mean, they find ways to make it doable. So the bosses like they find ways to balance it. Like they don't give them too much HP, um,
Huh.
and then when you lose, you just restart. So you're sort of doing these runs where you end up powerful by the end of the run, but now you got to start a new run and rebuild your guy, redo your stats and shit.
See, this is the problem with building my own game because like in the past I would have been like, "Oh, that sounds cool. I should go try that." And I would have gone and installed Dark Souls and like tried the mod. And
Right,
now I'm just like, "Okay, well that's cool, but also that gives me some more ideas to play with in my game and
right.
really I should go finish the
Your game.
the core framework I need to start playing with those ideas."
Yeah, totally. The well, this guy, the streamer Lobos Jr. streamed a whole lot of it. So if you feel like watching him for 20 minutes, you get a sense of it. Um,
Yeah, I might put that on and check it out. That sounds
Sweet.
cool.
Yeah. Let me know if you need the link or whatever, if you can't find it. Okay, wait. So let's shift gears. So you've been living in the desert. You got a snake gun. You are building this game. You've been writing your blog. You've been writing a blog for
Mm-hmm.
years, right?
I've been I think I've been writing on Patreon and my blog. So kind of Patreon kind of evolved into the blog.
Uh
But
huh.
for about a year and a half, I've probably been turning Twitter threads into longer posts.
Yeah. Um. The For about a year you've been. Okay, so you're using Patreon. What are you using Patreon for?
Well, I was using Patreon, but like I really hate middleman platforms. Like I hate them.
Uh huh.
And
Uh huh.
Patreon's like a perfect example of why because like they take like an 8% cut of any revenue that gets paid into you.
Right.
You can't even customize your Patreon page.
Right.
Um,
Totally.
and like, so I got frustrated with the lack of customization and the lack of ability to organize the layout the way I wanted
Mm.
and to present the information the way I wanted. And I was like, what am I paying you guys for? Like Stripe can do this.
Right.
So, I'm not a big fan of Patreon. I think they really missed the window, and that's why they they missed their window where they were a market leader in this space, and they could have done way more with customization
Mm-hmm.
and different options for different types of content creators. And instead, they just kind of stagnated. And so now, like Substack and Twitch and OnlyFans and all these sites are coming in and eating their lunch
Mm.
because they just suck. They're a generalist that doesn't work for anyone.
I've been thinking about this. Like I have gone through this where I'm starting to have trouble even with Substack. So Substack added a multiple types of lists, so you could have one group that is getting updated about one type of thing and another group that's getting updated about a different type of thing. They can be partially overlapping or whatever. I've been feeling frustrated, honestly, with like, or at least seeing potential with like platforms for creators. And I would have thought that everything that could be done would have already been done in that space, but it really seems like that's not true. Like Twitter now is
The
releasing
thing,
this like tips. They're releasing tips. They're releasing like super follows where it's kind of like a subscription. I don't know if you saw any of that.
I mean, the so I kind of talked about this in that post I did about why you need to own your publishing platform, but like the
Mm.
problem that you run into with these middleman services is that they need to be worth the amount of money that you're giving them as a cut, right? So like when you're first starting out and you're looking at something like Patreon or Substack, and you've got like no followers and nobody's sending you any money,
Mm.
it's like a great deal. You like spin it up. You've got this place you can send people to. They've got the infrastructure already built in to pay into them, and
Yeah.
you're like, cool. I'm making like $8 a month, and half of it's my mom, so sure, I'll pay them 80 cents
Right. Right.
per month for my revenue. And then you start building an audience and you get locked into the platform because switching costs are very high.
Mm.
Because anytime you change from one platform to another, it's very hard to bring your audience along with you, especially if they're paying. like you're guaranteed to lose somewhere between like 50 to 80% of your subscribers when you hop over,
Mm-hmm.
unless they're like really diehard or you're a really big deal, and even then it's risky.
Mm.
So you get to this place where you've like started building your audience and you start making decent money, and you're like, pulling a couple $100 a month, maybe even $1,000 a month, and you're like, whoa, okay, like now I'm paying Substack $80 a month, or whatever, and
Mm.
it's kind of a lot, but you're like, okay, well, like they do streamline a lot of stuff for me, that's fine.
Right.
But then if your content really takes off, like if it's the kind of situation where you start to really get traction and like people are sharing your shit and spreading it around, then you're really locked in. And if you start getting to like Ayla girl money,
Mm.
now you're paying like $800 to $8,000 a month to this for this service that's basically giving you like a really light set of customization options on a blog.
Mm.
So if your long-term goal is really to create a content platform and a brand for yourself, the more you can divorce yourself from being locked into a middleman, the better. Because the other problem with middlemen is, and you see this with Patreon creators,
Mm.
is that their policies can shut your revenue stream down anytime.
Right.
Like if they don't, if the Overton window shifts and your content is suddenly not palatable in the mainstream, they can just turn you off. And like, yeah, you can set up on a different platform, but you might not even be able to notify your readers that you've moved platforms, and you have to count on some other thing to notify them. And it just like it's so destructive for creators to be locked in this way, and it creates so many opportunities for the business to continue to edge in on you. I find platforms really distasteful from that perspective. I would much rather pay like a flat fee, and I would recommend that other people find a free service or move to a service that will charge you a flat fee as soon as you're serious about it. Because if you're serious about building, you don't want to be locked in of a percentage cut for your long-term revenue. It's like bringing on like an 8% partner in your business for someone who does like a one-off setup of a website for you. It doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't do it for a company. Why would you do it for building your media brand?
So I'm thinking about this like for myself. I mean, Twitch is another example where they're taking half or something, or like just under half of subscription fees, which is huge. They don't
That's
take
absurd.
Yeah, it's a lot, and they don't take donate anything out of donations, I think. And there's like they give you a little for ads and stuff. They leave you a little for ads, I guess. But the part of it is that recognition, though, right? It's like if I say, I suppose I can say I'm starting a newsletter, but it often, and this could just be bullshit, but it like feels more recognizable to say I'm starting a Substack. Like there's this intangible element that, and especially when you're early on, right? You don't know if anybody's going to like your shit, and maybe that's just low confidence or whatever. But oh my god, Ari gifting subs.
Well,
thank you, Ari. Yes.
I think you have to look at this. This is the trap, right? Like when you're just starting out, it looks like an attractive option because you have no idea if your shit's going to be interesting or useful. But the reality is that it's not that hard or that expensive to set yourself up on something like Ghost plus Stripe. I mean, I wrote a guide to it. It's like 7 steps. And like, if you do that, you retain full control, and like you can't ever be shut down, and you're not in this like 50% of subs go to someone else's business. Now it might be different with Twitch or something because you are getting some discovery shit there, but still 50-50 is kind of bullshit. And that doesn't surprise me because Amazon owns Twitch, so
right. And by the way, you are almost not at all getting discovery through Twitch unless you're already big. This shocked me, but because technically you show up, sometimes people stumble in, but if I didn't have Twitter, I mean, and I don't have that many followers on Twitch, by the way. Like, it's hyped to get people in, but the energy is all coming from Twitter here. You know what I mean? For what I'm doing.
I mean, that's the unfulfilled promise of platforms. It's the same thing with Amazon and writers, right? Like, in theory, like you published on Amazon, oh, you're discoverable in the Amazon store. Well,
Mm,
that's not true because people need to actually look for you because you're going to get crowded out by all the big names
right.
that they know will move units. So it's the same with Twitch. Like platforms don't actually help you with discovery. What they do is they give you a framework to publish your content, and they take an appalling chunk of the revenue that comes from whatever promotion you do yourself with it and lock you into it. It's such a terrible deal for creators.
Do you think a platform could be built that had a kind of revenue sharing model that wasn't like that? I mean, what would it require? Just that it's way more flexible and
Yeah.
can grow with you better?
Well, I mean, okay, so you need to think about what the platform is doing for you, right? Like when I look at something like what's it called? Like Buzzsprout, I think is the podcast site. Like they charge a reasonable monthly fee for the services that they offer. And
Mm,
it's like, and they clearly articulate what those services are. Like we'll publish to all of the different podcast places for you. We'll give you a place to host your audio content. We'll let you edit your metadata, and we'll, give you a central place to manage all this. And we'll charge you $20 a month for it, or whatever the fee is. So, like that flat fee model where you're paying for a service is the only type of platform that I would recommend anyone consider, because any rev share percentage is a trap, and it sucks when it's the only option for the type of content that you want to create, because you are falling into the trap and you can't always avoid it. And it just, it puts you in a difficult position if, again, you ever get shut down, or if you get
right.
really big. Because Ayla even ran into this with her OnlyFans. Like I remember when she was trying to think about whether I think she was trying to think about whether she could go off platform or not
Mm,
now that she's kind of a big deal. And the risk calculus is significant because, when you all of a sudden are making bank, you're way overpaying for the
mm,
service that this site is offering. I mean, for the amount that she ends up paying OnlyFans every month, I think based on my calculations, she could hire like 2 full-time developers and promoters to set up a website around her content for how much she's paying them every month.
right.
And she's
Right.
restricted to the same set of like requirements and hoops and restrictions that everyone else is.
Mm-hmm.
And she's locked in because moving away from it could easily represent a 50% or more revenue cut.
Right. Right.
Because it's hard to get your audience sticky. So what do you do at that point? You don't really have an option. You just suck it up and keep paying the platform way more than you should be.
Yeah, I wonder. I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm not being greedy enough. It's like part of me is, or maybe I'm not like thinking about it concretely enough. But part of me is like, yeah, I use their service, so I'll share a little revenue. It's sort of, if it's small. I mean, the deplatforming risk is a different thing. That's more heinous. Um, but yeah, I guess yeah, it's interesting if it fucking adds up. Yeah,
You can't get away from the risk of the platform limiting your speech. That to me is itself a pretty big risk, because Substack today, you know, bills itself as like the place that doesn't censor or whatever, but tomorrow could go the route of
totally.
Patreon and cave to peer pressure, and all of a sudden all these big names that got them big
Right.
get kicked off the platform. And then from the revenue angle, you like I get it, right? Like they help you bootstrap, so they should share in the profit. But like if there's no cap on that, you need to take a hard look at it as a business. And
Mm,
like the reality is that you're spending money every month on a service to offer you a set of tools and services. And at some point, if your content gets popular enough, you are massively overpaying for that. And it's a bad deal for you as a content creator if you never get that big, because what do you gain from having the platform anyway? And it's
mm,
a bad deal for you if you do get super big, because then you're massively overpaying for the service. So
right.
it's fine if you're trying to like experiment and like build some stuff, and like, frankly, if you're making bank and like you don't mind paying 50% anyway,
Mm.
great. It works for you. But how much more could you have made if you're building the audience anyway? How much more could you have made by setting it up in an independent framework and attracting an audience, on your own terms?
Yeah, and it's interesting because WTMMP notes that there are people who feel more comfortable at a glance giving you money on Patreon than on Gumroad because it's a platform they recognize. I think it's interesting because it seems to me that that's true. Like for me, intuitively, that is true. Like I did think about using like one of the more like I don't know decoupled or whatever things like instead of doing Substack. I don't have anybody paying on Substack. I just don't have a paid thing right now. But I ended up going with Substack because I was like, it was that thing about recognition. It could just be that what's needed, if what you're saying is right, and it sounds right about it being a shitty deal, at least in a bunch of ways. What's needed is sort of the confidence that you can like brand yourself and attract people on the basis of your idea or your value prop, basically. Um, despite being on, despite whatever kind of debuff you get from being on a less recognizable platform.
I think the thing too is you have to ask how portable what you're producing is to other platforms if your aggregator goes out of business or falls out of favor. One of the big
Mm,
things about being a creator is that you should own the rights to the material to remix and republish it. And I'm coming at this from, the perspective of an author too, but
mm,
like um when you make something, you want to sell it in as many venues and in as many formats as you can so that you can reach different customer segments. And if
yeah.
all of your content is locked into a platform, you're going to have a much harder time doing that. Whereas if you create something like your YouTube videos, like the cool emotional music videos that you were kind of putting together that or earlier this week,
Mm,
you know, you can put them on YouTube, but ultimately you want the offline file of that and you want to make it available other places too,
right.
because you're going to be able to test where you get better revenue from it. I feel like so many of these platforms are like they tease you with like, oh, this is a way that you can make revenue. Well, you can make revenue from any kind of creative content
Mm,
as long as you can build an audience around it and sell it somewhere that's palatable to your audience.
totally.
And you're going to be much better off building that outside of a platform that doesn't take a significant chunk of your revenue.
Totally. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced. That's interesting. I think I'm going to add that to my kind of mindset about these things. Um, it's interesting to me too because it's like I was just surprised at how much like segmentation there is between platforms. Like there are people who will never log on Twitch. There are people who just like will not ever touch your shit on Twitter, but if you send them the newsletter, they'll go to Twitter. Or like, if I have a YouTube video, I might get like 50 views if I'm putting it on Twitter, but then if I also share it on my Substack, it's like hundreds, a few hundred or whatever. So I've just been surprised at how, I mean, I guess it's sort of obvious in retrospect, but how much people live on different platforms and all that.
I think there's two dimensions to this, right? Like
Mm,
there's the aspect of your content is available on a platform that I already consume and enjoy, so it's easy enough to go check it out, and you're already plugged into the system, so I can give you money. And that's going to be like Twitch and Substack and
mm,
stuff, right? And that's more of like a low barrier strategy. But then there's the strategy of like, no, people specifically want the content that you've created and are creating, and they'll go wherever they need to go to get it.
right.
And that's more of like the book, game,
Mm,
custom video that you've created scenario.
mm-hmm.
And it's a little bit less of like a passive consuming different creators whose content I enjoy in this channel, and more of like a, you made a thing that I want access to, and I'll go get it, whether it's on Gumroad or your custom site
Right.
or Amazon or wherever.
Right.
So it's about creating something that satisfies a need or a desire that the customer has, and then they'll go to get it wherever you make it available.
Right. Yeah, I just started researching the advertising industry a little bit, and this guy, I think it was this guy Howard Luck Gossage. He's like one of these 20th century admin, you know. Um, and he notes that there are products or like sort of situations where a person just needs to hear something one time and then they'll like beat down the door to get it. Um, but he was using this to criticize a type of like approach to advertising where you're like hammering people with the same message all the time to get them to buy something that they were already going to buy, like toothpaste or whatever. And so that's interesting what you're saying. It's kind of like getting the angle right so people will jump a hoop or two to get your shit so that you can do it more on your own terms.
Well, the other thing with platforms that I really despise and that you have to watch out for is that it's in the platform's best interest to make sure that all content is commodified to an extent.
Mm.
Because there's a couple reasons for that. And the first is that if they get you on their platform and they can commodify you by categorizing you and putting you next to other examples of similar content, they can keep people consuming similar kinds of content within their platform. And they can kind of control how to route new people looking for that kind of content in and spread them around the different content creators. And what that does is that nobody develops enough individual bargaining power that it hurts them if they leave the platform. So it's a strategy to keep the individual content creators at a lower power level than they might get to just by promoting their own content. And you even, like, when I was working for Amazon a decade ago, you know, we had the rules that were applied to almost everyone, and then we had the rules that were applied to J.K. Rowling. And J.K. Rowling's rules were, fuck you, I'm going to do what I want.
Right.
And Amazon played ball because she had fucking Harry Potter.
Right.
So, I mean, like, you know, and I've had a lot of experience with Amazon's ecosystem now at this point, and I've seen how sales ebb and flow over time. And like for years, I have maintained that I think Amazon bands like puts different authors into bands with similarly successful and genre specific authors,
Right.
and kind of parcels out attention to them evenly. And you see this both in terms of how the chart numbers fluctuate and in terms of how predictable your revenue is month over month. Because your revenue should be pretty spiky, but it, you know, depending on events and stuff and just interest and trends and stuff. But actually, it's pretty level and pretty consistent at the level that you're at, and you get a level jump every so often. And like the thing is, I've been a product manager for a long time too. And this is what I would do if I was in the position of a platform trying to protect my platform's competitive advantage and commoditize the content.
Right.
And the problem is the incentives for the platform are always set up to do that. And so inevitably it becomes more difficult once you reach like a mid-size to break out and become truly unique, because any platform worth its salt will be continuing to divert people away from your content into similar content, all of the reasons I just discussed, and it'll be even harder to break out to the next level. Whereas if you were positioning yourself as something really unique and you had built an audience around your brand in your own space, at places that you were choosing, you have full control over the messaging, and it's less likely that people are going to bounce away to similar products.
You know, this is interesting because the kind of line you're saying, it sounds a lot to me like stuff that Kanye West says about the music industry. He talks a bunch.
All creative content is the same, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically what he talks about is how, like, you know, artists are like farmed basically by these, you know, by the industry, like what is it in music? The labels, right? And the different players in that domain. And in one of his interviews, he's like, you know, artists should be their own CEOs, meaning don't distribute the like business management to some company because he thinks it's a shit deal. And you know, I don't know if you saw, he had on one of his rants, he posted like every single page of like, I don't know, 100-page contract that they have you sign like with these record labels. And Kanye West doesn't know how to use threads, so each separate tweet is like, it's just a million just separate tweets, each of which is another page of this contract.
Yeah.
And because he was fucking mad. Then I think he peed on his Grammy award and posted a video of that. So
Well, I mean, look at what happened to Kesha. Like, I'm still pissed on her behalf about how that whole thing went down.
okay,
I don't know if you remember.
I was just thinking about Kesha the other day and thought, what happened to Kesha? So I'm actually not caught up here. What happened to Kesha?
Okay, so what happened to Kesha was that she okay, so and I could be getting some of the details wrong because it's been a while since I've looked at this, but she is signed with a record label and some producer and was basically gaining a ton of traction, right? Like she was super hot in like '09 or something. Almost a decade ago. And some shit went down like it does in Hollywood where she claimed that there was some sexual abuse or some come-ons or something from her producer, and I don't know whatever happened. I don't think anything happened with the accusations. I don't know if it was ever proven or validated or what happened, but her label, like her producer, fucked her over and basically was like, I'm not working with you anymore, and shut her down. But because she had signed over to them, she couldn't sign a contract with anyone else. They owned her content. They owned her ability to make additional music because she signed it away. And she basically couldn't work for like 8 years in the music industry, which is the kiss of death. So, because like as soon as you stop making content, you stop being relevant. So Kesha, after this happened, like just dropped. No one heard from her because she couldn't make any music, and I don't even remember if she could talk about it really.
Wow.
But they basically just screwed her over. And then 8 years later, when the contract finally cleared or whatever, she released her new album, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, Kesha's new album is great," but it definitely wasn't the level of fame that she had back when she was originally, hitting her initial ascent. So they basically fucked her whole career over because they could.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, this is what I mean. I'm generally kind of anti big business in general. I'm anti bureaucracy. I'm anti platforms. But like, the problem is that if you are actually someone who wants to make interesting art, if you're actually someone who cares about making interesting art, you're going to sacrifice some of that by turning to a middleman to help you, because of the contracts that are required there. And historically, you haven't had a choice. It's pay to play. You sell your soul, and you play by the rules as they're established.
Right.
And it's practically a meme. But now we've got so many more options for getting the word out there and getting your content out there, and the more platforms you can be on, lightly, to pull, like as an advertising strategy, to pull into a central platform that you own. I mean, that's the real strategy. Is it Taylor Swift? I think Taylor Swift retained the rights to all her music or something somehow. Someone did, and that was a genius move because then you can remix it, you can republish it. If you have a dispute with your publisher, you can leave and go somewhere else. You're not locked in. They don't have you by the proverbial balls. Like, you're
right.
Just so much more optionality for artists, which is so important if you care about your artistic vision and you're serious about building an audience.
Totally. This is very interesting. I'm kind of just enjoying hearing you talk about it, because it's sort of informing how I'm thinking about what I'm doing, and in a longer term sense, it's like shit you don't necessarily think about. It's like if you're Kesha, right? You're like happy to get signed, and then years later, fuck, right? It's like,
well, that's how they get you, and it's the same model as like the person with no followers who jumps on Substack, or the person who starts with no followers on Twitter and no platform. You're just grateful to like get an opportunity to go put your stuff out into the world. And you don't realize until you've gotten really big, or until you've gotten some significant traction, how bad of a deal it was for you to sign. But at the time that you signed, you didn't have the wisdom or the foresight to think about the terms that you were signing away, because there was no money in play back then.
Totally. You hear sort of stories like this from about like VC occasionally. Um,
VC's the same story, dude.
yeah,
It's the same thing.
same shit.
Like you know, when I was trying to make TechSpark work, I got so many offers to invest in
Mm,
TechSpark, and I turned them all down because I didn't I didn't want to build a product that I wasn't passionate about, and I knew that as soon as I took VC money, they'd want to start getting their fingers in the direction that we were going.
right,
And I I I didn't want to make $1 million. I wanted to work on something that I was passionate about.
right,
And once you take the money, once you sign the contract, it really is selling your soul. You're giving away a part of your creative vision. You're giving away a part of your work. You lose
right,
control. They have a financial lever over you, and it compromises the vision and it compromises what you can do with it. I hate having my options limited.
right. And so you went to live in the desert, off the grid.
So I went to live in the desert.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing, man. I've been thinking lately I kind of want to get an apartment in a city and maybe just go to the desert part-time. I don't know. Dating sucks in the desert.
Right. You don't have too many options. Is that
No, there's like 70 queer girls like on all of Tinder in my area, so
right? Right. 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 Yeah. Interesting. Okay. So, what should I ask you about? What should we talk about?
well, you do have a topic list. Take your pick.
I do have a topic list. All right. Chat. We have a topic list. I'm going to read it to you, and you can make noises in favor of one topic or another if you desire. I'm just going to read it out. Game design, crypto, magic, starting companies and hiring people, transgender stuff slash gender stuff, RV life and travel, off-grid desert life, corporate politics, writing and storytelling, anything else you want to talk about in no particular order. Um, we've got some on starting companies. We did get some. Yeah, Magic the Gathering.
I could talk about Magic the Gathering. I was super into Magic the Gathering as a kid.
You know, I never got enough. I played it a few times, but something never hit. It seems like an expensive hobby.
It super is an expensive hobby.
Yeah.
What got my uncle, who's responsible for all of my nerdiness, got me into it when I was very young.
Yeah.
And what I love about it is just the elegance of the mechanics and how they fit together. Like
Mm-hmm.
Magic the Gathering is a master class in bringing different mechanics together for interesting results.
Right. And I guess
I
if you make
still,
games, it's
I
it's kind of adjacent to your interests.
yeah, it's beautiful. Like from a mechanics perspective, it's just such a brilliant framework. It's so much fun to see all the different ways things can go, and there's so much strategy involved.
Yeah. Yeah, I have friends. They've got all the decks. They've got all the like plastic covers for the cards and shit. I'm sure you heard about the whole like personality typing system someone threw together about Magic.
Oh, I'm planning on using it for the alignments in my video game,
Oh,
actually.
that's sick. That's cool. Are you gonna kind of use the one that they like pretty straightforwardly? Like how straightforwardly are you gonna
Yep,
use it?
I'm just gonna steal it.
Just gonna
I'm gonna
use it.
lift it right out.
Nice, nice. Um, for an alignment system, yeah, that's great.
So it looks like people are suggesting starting companies, gender stuff, writing and storytelling. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I'm
It's
thinking.
your show, Kersey.
Yeah, I know. What would I ask you about gender stuff? I don't have like a burning question, but I think maybe just hearing about your experience and like the timing of that or like would be interesting to me.
Um, like the timing of my transition.
Yeah, I don't know why is that occurring to me? Sort of like I don't know.
I mean,
It's just an
yeah,
interesting thing. Yeah,
I can talk about it. I mean,
yeah,
it was a weird time. Like it was, I went through my transition almost 10 years ago now. Might be 10 years ago now. I think I started just over a decade ago. And it was a weird time because trans stuff wasn't really in the mainstream consciousness yet at that point. It was, I
Right.
think like the really big names that made big news hadn't come out yet. It was still kind of a thing we didn't talk about very much. And it was something that I was like, I really struggled with it. I had a lot of internalized transphobia
Mm.
and gender shit from growing up in a conservative community.
Mm.
And, it was devastating to admit it to myself and devastating to actually go through with it at the time. And because people didn't really, there was none of this like push to like be supportive of trans people. There was none of this like,
Right.
none of the like media celebration of trans personalities. It was like no transition expenses at all were covered by medical insurance.
Mm.
And so when I came out, it was I had all kinds of reactions from friends and coworkers. Some people were supportive, some people like just dropped me like a
Mm.
bad habit. Some people just didn't know what to do with it and were obviously really uncomfortable with it.
Right.
And I did it at work. I did it at Amazon. And at the time, there was a trans like advocacy group at Amazon, but this was before they had any formal policy for handling transition in the workplace. This was before they had any transition expenses on their medical plan. So like I had to work with HR and like basically like explain to them what the process should be based on my research and like
Right.
work with them to figure out drafting communication for it. And and then once I actually was transitioned before I left Amazon, I actually helped get the balls rolling to get the ball rolling on having it included in their medical plan. So I'm kind of happy that that
Cool.
worked out. I think they got it in place like the year or two after I left, so I ended up paying for all of it out of pocket.
Right.
And then I'm happy that the people who came after me don't have to deal with that because it was unbelievably stressful and like took every cent I had. So
Damn. I get when you say like talking to HR. I guess. So what was the reaction? Was it like, were people kind of like,
I
okay,
mean,
yeah? What was that
yeah, I mean like
conversation?
no one had any experience dealing with it. So like, and then I was just going through a really hard time too. I was drinking on the job and like fucking miserable, depressed, trying to make sense of my life, going through a divorce and like, and then obviously my job performance suffered. And then I went through the whole thing of like, well, am I being discriminated against because I'm trans, or am I just being a shitty employee? And how
Mm.
much allowance should I have for the stress I'm under? And like, that was all a headache. And I'm glad I just got out of there and got a different job because Amazon's stressful enough without asking those questions.
Right.
But, it was a tough conversation. Like HR didn't really know what to do with me either. And I was like, well, I suggest that we send this set of emails out. And I suggest that we make these announcements and let people know what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And, they worked with me on it and it was fine for the most part.
Right.
I had some coworkers that were not super cool about it and it was fine. I mean, I've always been someone who, I'm not going to let what someone says about me or to me bother me too much, at least not externally. I mean, internally, I obviously had years of dealing with it, but.
Right.
And then it was a weird time to be dating too. Like, God,
Mm.
like, again, like it was just not as common back then. So, I was like, there wasn't a lot of guidance. Like I felt like I was rolling my own experience a lot of the time, trying to figure out what the right thing to do in all these different situations were.
Right.
And it was really confusing and hard, and there were no templates.
I'm thinking back because growing up, it was not like, and maybe I missed it, but it's like I don't think I'm trying to really think back, and it's like I don't think I really knew any trans people. And then at one point, someone who had been in a youth group thing that I was in, I heard after years of not seeing that person that they had transitioned, and that was the first like kind of how it entered, just sort of kind of entered into my world, just as a thing. But yeah, it's like it's weird how much 10 years is like a long time.
Yeah, it things have changed so much. People don't realize how much things have changed, especially if they have transitioned in the last 5 or 6 years. And
Right.
um, it's kind of mind blowing. Like growing up, like you were saying, I think you're like 31 or something, right?
Yep. On the dot.
Yeah. So like, I mean, I'm 36, and like when I was growing up, I was growing up in smaller conservative communities and like a military community, and so like I didn't even know very many gay people, like
Right,
it was like I think there were 3 guys at my high school who were openly gay that and everyone knew who they were, and yeah, thanks, Soren. But and everyone knew who they were, and looking back, like I so admire their courage to be out in that environment too. One of them was my one of them was my theater president, and I kissed him when I was trying to figure out what was going on with my identity and my sexuality, and like I was like, am I gay? And then I didn't really, it was a fine kiss, and like I was like, oh, I guess I'm not gay, like damn it. And I remember like I was upset that I wasn't gay, because I was like, maybe that is what I'm dealing with, maybe that's
be a
my
box
problem
for it.
and it was like, and I was like, oh, like this could be the answer, like, and I was so excited and I was so happy that like I had like found the answer to why I felt different, and like and then it was like crushing when I was like, oh no, that's not, I guess that's not the deal. And like, but I didn't, it wasn't until college that I even really read anything about transgender people outside of Jerry Springer. And
right.
like my primary encounters with that information was like, the horrible depictions of trans people that those of us who are a little bit older are familiar with, being the primary discussion points around trans people. And my immediate reaction to that was all like, oh God, that's not me. Like, that doesn't resonate with me. And I'm definitely not this.
Right.
And so like, it was just, it was so hard to come to terms with back then. And I thought my life was over. I thought my family was going to disown me, and I'd never be able to get a job, and I was going to be miserable, and I'd never feel pretty, and I'd never feel feminine, and I would die alone and cold on the street, and I was sad and angry at the world that I was having to deal with it at all.
What I mean, I guess part of it's just like fucking live life, but you just sort of keep moving. But I guess, is there anything in particular that I guess got you through that? Like, is there anything you were thinking about, or people that were helpful?
There was a trans support group in Seattle that was, very helpful. It was called Ingersoll, and I met some other trans people there who, this is going to sound awful, but like who didn't fit the mold, like that I had been presented with. And I was like, oh, these people are, I hate even saying this, but like my reaction to it at the time was like, oh, these people are more normal than what I have been told trans people are like. So, that really helped me wrap my head around it. But unless you have those experiences, it's difficult to step away from the narrative that's presented to you. And even now, I can't tell you how many friends, how many girlfriends, how many people I've dated, how many people I've run into are like, oh wow, I didn't realize, like, you're so different from other trans people I know. And I'm like, no, that's not what it is. Like, you probably don't realize how many trans people you interact with regularly that vibe totally normal to you, and you just don't pick up on it. Like, and like that messaging was even harder 10 years ago. And, I was a victim of growing up with the super negative narrative, and it was part of why I internalized it so hard. struggled with it so much, you know?
Right. What was the question I had? I mean, for me, it's been like just joining Twitter. Like, I think I have more trans friends than I've ever had in my life. Like, all of a sudden.
Well, it's heavily overrepresented in our little corner, for
Uh huh.
sure.
Uh huh. And I guess just online. I don't know. I guess being in line in general,
I
you
think
just see
there's
more
also,
people.
yeah, there's a lot more playing with gender identity than there used to be too. Um,
Right.
you know,
Right.
there's a lot more non-binary people. Like non-binary was not a thing 10 years ago, or
Mm-hmm.
at least it was not a thing that was even on the radar for discussion, even amongst a lot of trans people.
Mm.
Like,
Mm.
you know, we can get into whole like there's all kinds of shit that's wrapped up in this, and like about self-perception and gender roles, and I don't know how much you want to go deep on that stuff.
I don't know. What if you're feeling like talking about it? The thing I was gonna ask was, so you mentioned conservative military. I guess yeah, kind of like how you grew up in that culture. I'm kind of curious about, and yeah, and I got some thoughts there, but I was curious to sort of hear about that. Like, were you
Well, I mean,
Christian?
yeah, I mean, I grew up in a conservative small town Wisconsin community.
Yeah.
um it was actually the town where they filmed That Making of a Murderer or whatever. Like, that was
Okay.
my hometown I grew up in.
Uh huh.
um and you know, it was very working class, very conservative, very very Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And um you know, gay was a slur,
Yep.
and it was the worst thing you could be. And um I think the only thing that saved me from uh getting labeled as gay and picked on by my peers more often was that I was quite obviously interested in women,
Mm-hmm.
and always had a girlfriend, and you know,
Mm.
um and so, but I mean, like, you internalize that shit hard. It's so hard to step away from your upbringing, and that's why I often have so much sympathy for people who have grown up in a more conservative environment, struggling with their sexuality or their gender identity, because I get it. It's so hard to step away from the shame and the negative self-judgment
Mm.
that you internalize and apply to yourself in that environment. And it takes a long time to unthread those feelings. And I hope it's easier now than it once was, because there's more cultural scripts
Mm.
that you can pick up on and find and step away from.
Mm.
But, you know, like, I mean, growing up in a military setting too, like, you know, when we moved away from that town, my mom had rejoined the Air Force. And I was living on a military base for 4 years when I was a teenager. And like, this was during Don't Ask, Don't Tell, when it was literally a crime to be homosexual in the military.
Right.
And so that was both formally and socially policed. And so, you know, continuing to use gay as an epithet, strong monitoring for you know, gay behavior, and it would get you discharged, dishonorably discharged,
Mm-hmm.
and which is a huge deal.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you just and my mom, bless her heart, she's like my biggest supporter these days. But like, because of her career in the military, especially, and her own upbringing, she has always struggled with being accepting of alternate sexualities and alternate gender identities, and it just wasn't part of her life growing up, and it was aggressively pushed out of the you know, the military environment. So she was always like super negative on it, and
Mm.
I didn't I didn't feel even safe talking to my parents about it. It wasn't something I felt like I could bring it up, that I could bring up and like get a good response to, you know?
Right.
Uh,
Right.
so I mean, like, you know, you go through, gosh, 20 years of like internalized self-hatred and dislike, and feeling ashamed, and feeling like the feelings that you're having are bad somehow. and you don't tell anyone about it because you don't even know what to say because you don't have words for it because there's no script.
Mm.
And I remember, I was engaged when I first started really grappling with these feelings, and it was because I was starting to have panic attacks at work, and I didn't know
Right.
why. And I talked to a therapist about it, and um, we started unpacking where those feelings were coming from, and I started talking about some of my feelings about gender a little bit, but I didn't even. So my ex-wife was the first person I ever told that I thought I might be trans or I thought I might have some gender identity confusion.
Yeah.
And I told her like a month before our wedding. And
Whoa. Yeah.
the timing was non-optimal, but like you gotta understand, like she was the first person in my life that I had ever told.
Mm-hmm.
And like that I'd ever talked to about it. And it was this situation where like I was devastated. I was losing my shit about telling anyone this. And like, so she comes home from work one day and I'm like, hey, we have to talk. And I like basically like told her, I was like, look, I don't know what this is. I don't know what these feelings are.
Mm-hmm.
I have been dealing with this quietly and privately my entire life. I've never written it down. I've never told anyone. But I would not feel right going to the altar with you without disclosing this to you. And I'm so sorry I haven't been able to tell you before this, but you need to know, and I will understand if you want to call the wedding off. And we talked about it and we agreed to go through with the wedding and for me to start seeing a therapist. And, had a very rocky 2 years where I tried to like push it away, tried to deal with it in other ways, tried to not acknowledge it, tried to process my feelings about gender without dealing with a transition. And it just, none of it worked.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, yeah, it was a tough time. It was a weird time.
And having transitioned, was it kind of like, I imagine that was by no means a simple thing, but ultimately was it like, this is right? Is like, this is the thing I've been looking for on some level?
Yeah, I mean, every step I took toward my transition felt right, and I am far happier and more comfortable in my feminine social role. Even like, it's funny too, because like these days I am a lot less. I'm not exactly a girly girl, right? Like, and in some ways I am, and in some ways I'm not. And like, I did the whole princess phase thing that people talk about early in my transition when you're trying to validate your gender identity. But like, I don't even wear makeup anymore. And like, I don't, I'm off on my own on a desert compound buying guns and like doing conventionally boy shit. And like, it doesn't threaten my gender identity the way it might have once have done. And I just feel like I am very comfortable with my feminine social role at this point, to where it was unquestionably the right decision for me, and I would do it again.
Yeah.
Even with everything that was, I wouldn't want to do it again, but I would do it again. If I could go back, I wouldn't make. The only decisions that I would make differently was that I think I would try to be kinder to my ex and myself both, because there was so much fear and there was so much hurt, and I don't think she'll ever talk to me again, which is kind of sad.
Right.
So yeah.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, at this point, it's something that's a lot easier for me to talk about than it used to be, because I'm so much more confident in who I am and where I stand, and I don't need other people's validation. So, I mean, it doesn't bother me. And I mean, I've definitely asked myself the question, because I think it's important to ask, like, did I need transition? Like, could I have dealt with this another way? Could I have dealt with this, through loving myself more, or emotionally processing my identity with who I was at the time? And I think that's a natural question for both people who transition and the people around them to ask, because, you know, I wouldn't wish transition on anyone. It's not fun. It's not easy. It's not. It's often not everything you wish it would be. And you know, if there's a way to solve the gender issues that you're experiencing without going through it, great. Like, do that. But you know, I think it's easy for me now to look back and be like, I don't know, like maybe I could have worked through some of that stuff with where I feel secure and happy with who I am. But honestly, I don't think so. I don't know if I could have gotten there without changing my presentation and my social role, where I feel just much more comfortable as a woman. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's so hard to say, you know?
Right. I mean, this is just a whole layer. Is just life is like fucking confusing, no matter what, with any kind of change, you know, and choices and shit.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's been a long road. I feel like I have enough experience with it now that I've got some interesting things to say about it. So.
Right. I guess I'm a little bit curious also about the bigger picture, and like we'll try to avoid getting too political because those topics are horrible. But it's sort of like how, you know, given what you've gone through, you know, who you are, etc. How do you think the future? Like, do you feel better about like the direction? Like, I don't know, like the culture is going or something, or like do you think sort of things will work out for trans people in America or in the world or however that needs to be? Or I guess, do you think about that layer of it?
Yeah, I do. I think that there's a pretty significant conservative backlash, and it's gotten very politicized in a way that it wasn't 10 years ago because it wasn't on the discussion stage, right?
Yeah.
And I think this becomes particularly salient with teenagers because, you know, I think a lot of people are like, I don't care what adults do. Actually, they do care what adults do. But teens are you know, think of the children's the classic fighting point. And honestly, like that's the space where you're least equipped to make important life decisions, you know, when you're a teen or a child. And also, this space in particular is so politically charged. I think it's very difficult for people to get good information and make good decisions that are salient to their circumstances. And you see this with a lot of the discourse around detransitioners too. Like, oh, I just got pushed into it,
Right.
by you know, medical professionals who didn't even communicate to me about the reality of it. I think I did an essay on this kind of recently where I talked through some of my feelings about this. And I'm one of my back burner projects is working on a book of essays about trans issues that are kind of aimed at that, you know, moderate audience that, you know, kind of trying to talk about it a little bit dispassionately without bringing questions of you should do this versus you should do that into it, just kind of picking it apart. Because I do think, and this is something I've gotten into some discussions about on Twitter, but like I do think we are a little bit too quick to move people into hormones in their teen years now. And I hate saying that because there's of course going to be people who are, you know, feel personally harmed by that statement and are personally harmed by that statement or were, because they really struggled to get the medical attention that they needed. They ultimately did transition and it was the right decision for them, and their lack of access to medical care, you know, maybe made their transition much harder than it needed to be. And there is no one size fits all option here. And unfortunately, I think the arguments, everyone claims that like, oh, like, you know, I just want to, we're going to treat every situation as it's unique. But I do think that on the left, there's a strong tendency to be like full steam ahead, you know, like let's get people the help that they need, and let's not, you know, let's make sure that we're not gatekeeping, and let's make sure that people have access to everything that they want and need. And then on the right, there's all of this, let's dig our heels in, let's make none of this available, People will say, "Oh, I'll make it available with a long list of caveats," but really they just don't want people to be going this direction. Like
Right.
I've had the privilege of having conversations with some very conservative people who don't realize I'm trans and are very transparent about their views.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And like I grew up in a conservative community. I know what people think. Like I know how people feel. And it's and I know how people feel on the left because I'm a lefty moderate-ish person, and I have tons of friends who are way more left than I am. So like I hear both sides of it, and I feel like I have access to a lot of perspectives that you don't necessarily get if you're on either side of the filter bubble. And there's like people will people will speak in ways that are a lot more permissive than they actually feel,
Mm-hmm.
especially on the right.
Mm.
Like it's more like there's a lot of resistance, and what's yielded is being dragged into. But at the same time, on the right, there's some good points being made about, you know, people don't always understand, especially when they're younger, what they're getting into when they embark on a transition, and they don't always have clear-eyed access to good resources about what they're signing up for. I mean, at I talked about this in my post too. Like at 26 or 25 or whatever, I made the decision that I was okay with never having children of my own.
Mm.
And, you know, that hits differently when I'm 35 and all of my friends are having kids.
Right.
I, you know, I,
Right.
I, I stand by my decision because what else are you going to do? But, it, there's a part of me that mourns not being able to have my own kids to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
And um, that's got nothing to do with my transition. I think that's more about, it's the same kind of mourning that someone who wasn't capable of having kids for other medical reasons would probably feel at my age.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just trying to imagine a 15-year-old making that decision, and
Right.
like with no conception of adult life and adult social situations,
Right.
and
Right.
hormones permanently sterilize you. Like it's irreversible,
Right.
and that's tough. There will be some people for whom that's the right decision. There will be some people for whom that's not the right decision. And I think in the discussions we have about this, it's easy to lose sight of the fact that it is very much about helping individuals get to a place where they can be comfortable and functional in society. Like that's the piece of the conversation that gets lost in all the discussions about hormones and identity and social issues. Like this is
Right.
about helping people be able to engage with the world in ways that allow them to function. And a medical transition may not be necessary for everyone who struggles with their gender identity in that way. And unless you have, I think the docs do encourage sperm egg freezing before transition. But again, this was 10 years ago, and I was rolling my own strategy here.
Mm.
So, whatever. But, it's fine. But, yeah, I think that getting access to good resources and presenting people who are struggling with gender identity with a really clear-eyed view of their different options and really understanding what the goals are is important, because I don't think that, a lot of well-meaning parents, especially, I can't speak to medical professionals because I don't know who's working with anyone individually. I don't really know what the prevailing advice is or how closely it's adhered to. But anyone who thinks that like transition is a cure to gender dysphoria is
Mm-hmm.
misunderstanding the problem. You
Mm.
know, it's about developing a personalized plan for the person who's struggling with their gender to feel more comfortable in how they engage with the world and how they perceive of themselves. And there's a variety of strategies that you can tackle there. And medical transition may be appropriate and necessary in one of those strategies, but it's not a cure-all. And it may not deliver on some of the things that a person seeking medical transition would hope it would deliver on. It's not all sunshine and, flowers.
Yeah.
It's hard.
I. This is sort of, and I just am don't know enough about the topic, but like at this point, I mean, just the sort of technological, like medical technology side of this, like at this point, are those projects like well funded? Like, are people trying cool shit to advance what can be done to expand the range of options? Is that like, yeah,
I don't know.
who knows?
Like I, I don't even know how you would, right? I mean, like there's
Yeah,
like what is the goal? Honestly, like this is, people have gotten into discussions and arguments about me with this on Twitter too, but I actually think that puberty blockers are one of the best pieces of technology we have to aid with transition, specifically because they inhibit the development of secondary sex characteristics. You get facial hair, deepening of the voice for women, breast development and menstruation, and um, uh, delaying those processes and cutting over to a gender appropriate puberty for a transitioner is going to offer the best results in terms of an ability to easily socially integrate as the gender they're transitioning toward, and also to reduce the cost associated, the cost and effort associated with transition in general. I mean, if you look at something like male to female transgender people and voice development, you can't reverse the voice impacts of going through a male puberty. There's surgeries that you can do, and they have variable results. But the reality is that, speaking with a feminine sound to the voice versus a masculine sound to the voice is very much like a learned and a social thing more than it even is the pitch of the voice. I have a very low voice. It's something for a woman, I used to be really anxious about it, but I don't have any trouble, at this point in my life necessarily being perceived as female. When I pick up the phone or call someone, it might not be the best example right now because I've been talking nonstop for an hour, but like you get better results from training and practicing and interacting with cis women and picking up the vocal patterns
right.
than you do from going and having a surgery. And there's just no way around that. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of practice and a lot of time. And if you can avoid going through the puberty that would change your voice in the first place, that's one less thing to deal with. The same goes for facial hair, like same goes for height, same goes for male musculature, like so, it's better to and if you look at female to male transitioners, like better to not develop significant breast tissue in the first place than have to have it removed,
Right. Right.
And I think there's just, once it's there, it's so much harder to deal with. And so the best medical tech we have for it is prevention. And unfortunately, that prevention, if you're going to exercise that option, has to happen at a relatively young age. And
is it the youth side of that
situation?
Is the young age side of that just what makes that controversial? That part?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's absolutely the youth side of it. It's everyone struggles with their identity when they're, in that like tween to teen year age, like you're trying to figure out who you are. And so I think that, especially if there are things you don't like about your gender that are maybe not dysphoria, but are just things that you resent about your masculine or feminine identity. I guess as a teen or as a tween, how do you differentiate that from like gender dysphoria that would necessitate a medical transition? Because a big part of this problem is that it's self-reported. We don't have a test that you can take and that says, "Yep, you're transgender." Like, sure enough, like you go take some hormone medication. Like and this is why I also talk about like the comfort level of the individual, because it's very much about helping an individual find a place of comfort with their gender identity. And for some people, you might not be able to find that in the gender and social role that you were assigned at birth. And for others, you might be able to. And I think given that it's internally self-reported, depending on the quality of your therapist and how much they work with you on unpacking those issues, you may or may not get good advice about what could be helpful for you.
So it's like, yeah, distributing all that knowledge, or like the whole decision tree kind of, and all the different ways of checking what state the person is in.
Yeah, I think there's also the issue of expectations, right? Like, the problem is when you have grown up and been socialized as a particular gender, especially in an environment where traditional gender roles are, more strictly enforced, like more conservative communities generally are, you have very little conception of what it is actually like to live as the opposite gender. Like, as a teen, you don't even know what it's like to live as an adult,
right?
let alone as an adult of the opposite gender, And so, how can you confidently say that this teenage boy who is 12, 13, and is considering going on puberty blockers to delay the development of secondary sex characteristics, how can you know confidently that this person is going to feel comfortable in an adult feminine social role 10 years from now?
Right.
And
it's a hard prediction.
I don't know. Yeah, and it's such a hard question, but I can tell you that my feelings of not rightness about being male, I don't even know how to articulate them exactly, but they started when I was 7, 6, very young. And went through different phases too. And I probably would have been someone who, if I had been born today, would have wanted to go on puberty blockers and get hormones as early as possible and go through my transition as early as possible. And so I also can't I don't want to be too restrictive either, and I don't want to invalidate feelings that people might be having about this, because emotions run so hot about this, and any way you go, any direction you go, you're making life impacting rules for people,
right, that
will dramatically affect the trajectory of their life and their satisfaction with those decisions. So it's incredibly fraught. It's incredibly important. And like I said, there is no one size fits all option. It's incredibly dependent on the individual and what they're actually feeling and what their environment is, and what the source of these feelings might be coming from. And I don't even know how you begin to unpack all this, especially not on a national stage,
right?
With entrenched values, and you're not really talking about individual medical care at that point. You're talking about arguments over which way of life is more appropriate to uphold in America, and you become more of a token chess piece in that battle than really looking at the individuals who are suffering and getting them the medical care that's appropriate for their situation.
Yeah, it's here's a detailed, not just social but philosophical issue. And maybe one of the worst ways you could kind of have that conversation is connecting it to power and elections and all this horrible stuff.
Yeah, totally. I don't know. I don't envy. I've actually thought about myself whether I would have been happier if I had had access to these kinds of things when I was a teen.
Yeah.
And I don't know if my life would have turned out better for having access to these things as a teen. I don't think I would have had I was miserable, internally for a lot of the time from my teens through my early adulthood, and I couldn't talk about it, and I didn't know how to talk about it. But you know, because I was outwardly a pretty uh, conventional cis male person presenting, I think I had a lot of opportunities, and I think I had a lot of I had a pretty conventional friend group, and I had access to um, a college and a career trajectory that might have been harder if I had been struggling with transition issues at the same time.
Mm,
I don't know that I would have been able to afford to pay for my transition.
right.
Um, like I was very blessed and very lucky to be in the career that I was in. And I might not have had that career if I had began my transition earlier. I don't know.
Mm,
And, like I guess I consider myself lucky. I don't, I'm privileged that I don't have to deal with people questioning my gender identity on a regular basis. Um, I I didn't need to have facial feminization surgery to like get to that point. And I think the my perspective on this and my experience would probably be very different if I, you know, did struggle with those things on a regular basis as a result of um, going through male puberty. And I mean, like, I struggled with the voice stuff. I struggled with the height for a long time. I like
mm,
being tall now. I'm 5'11",
mm.
but for a long time I was really anxious about it. And there are just things that about going through puberty that make transition very, very difficult for male to female. And I think if I had more of a struggle settling into a place where I was able to pass pretty easily and avoid most of the arguments or most of the conflicts that come from not passing, um, I think I might have a much more militant stance on like, let's get people, access to these things as soon as possible. I don't want anyone to experience what I went through
Right.
and what I still go through. And like, I'm extremely sympathetic to that. And
Totally.
so I have to kind of check myself and temper that perspective with how my own life experiences have influenced that.
What Harry says, "Hey, I'm Kersey, Twitch subscriber." What does that mean? Um, Pre-verbalish had a question. What's a heuristic you use to tell what advice is good and what isn't? Hard question, but I'd love an attempted answer. I don't know if you want to take that now.
Yeah, so I'll give you my heuristic. I think um, anyone who makes a recommendation that X, Y, or Z will fix a problem that someone is having, whether that's someone saying like you can solve this without hormones, or whether that's someone saying like medical transition will definitely reduce your symptoms, I think that is irresponsible. I think it is impossible to know for a third party how much any particular intervention is likely to help a person. I think the only person who can answer that is the person themselves, and only with very small steps. So I think the best, like when I look for good advice, I I tend to think that people who are helping someone to unpack the origin of their feelings
Mm,
and the their needs, and and giving them a realistic perspective on what to expect, is probably doing the right thing, because ultimately it's going to have to be the decision of the individual. It's their life. And I think setting expectations appropriately is super important. Like, teenage girls, for example, have no idea what life as an adult male is going to be like for them.
mm,
Um, and I don't mean to pick on teenage girls here. I mean, like, teenage boys have no idea what life as an adult woman is going to be like for them. Like, it's just it's such a foreign experience, in many ways, that and then when you're a kid, or even as like a young adult, and you're not super familiar with medical transition technology, you don't know what to expect in terms of results either, and they may not be in line with what you were hoping for. Which,
Right.
I think everybody who is trans just kind of desperately wishes that they were born cis and didn't have to deal with any of this. And, and could have just developed whatever body type and body characteristics that they would have developed otherwise. But, I think that a lot of people who go into I don't know. I think it's really important to understand what you're signing up for when you sign up for medical procedures, and understand the whole range of possibilities, and that there'll be limitations and there'll be things that will be good and bad about it, and that ultimately you're just going to have to learn to love yourself anyway. And
Mm.
so I tend to see medical interventions, whether it's hormones, whether it's facial feminization surgery, whether it's masculinization surgery. I tend to see all of these things as tools to help people um, operate more fluidly in society as the gender identity that they'd like to present as. And viewing them as cures to dysphoria may or may not be true in all cases. I mean,
Mm.
if you are someone who you're female to male, and you have this vision of, you always wish that you could be like a big, tall, strong bodybuilder, but you're 5'4", like that's not changing. Like, you're gonna have to adjust to life as a short. You can be a short bodybuilder, but
Right.
you're gonna have to deal with all the shit that short guys have to deal with anyway. And the same goes true for a lot of trans women. You might want to be a supermodel. Well, what woman doesn't want to be absolutely gorgeous? Like,
Right. Totally.
but you may never get there. You can have all the surgeries in the world, and you may not still feel like you've achieved a level of presentation that you would ideally want. And you still have to learn to love yourself and accept yourself. And, can you accept yourself if you're never as pretty as you would have ideally wanted to be? And if the answer to that is no, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, maybe don't go down that road, because it's more about learning to love who you are, and, you know, becoming comfortable with your gender identity, than it is about being a supermodel. I mean, come on, like,
Right.
and
Right.
I'm not saying like that's the expectation for everyone either. Like, I'm just saying like you have to be clear-eyed about realistic outcomes for what you're trying to accomplish. And that doesn't mean do them or don't do them. That means do what's useful for you and learn to love yourself for who you are anyway.
I feel like it's interesting because sorry, I'm gonna just tweak the graphics here to make it more amazing looking because I can do that. Um, I'm kind of hearing the way I receive some of this. It's sort of like the conversation, like when I have if I have a conversation like this, um, it like sort of often feels like it starts as being about trans issues, and then I start to see it more in a context of being about human universals. It's like it kind of just returns to that connection to the sort of universal human experience of these things like figuring out who you are, things like beauty and expectations and growing older and stuff. You
Well,
know.
yeah, it is. I was talking to, who was I talking to? I was talking to Mason WebDev on Twitter the other day
Yeah.
about femininity and gender roles in society in general. And I think I made the comment that like I mean, no one has a playbook for, like how to be a woman in society, because who would dare write that playbook, right? And like there's nothing you could write that wouldn't like just rain criticism down on you. And it's equally true for trans people. And like the thing is that there's actually like a lot of trans women, and I'm going to focus more on trans women because obviously that's my area of expertise. I don't know as much about female to male transitioners because I'm not one.
Yeah.
But the the thing is that I think that there are so many trans women who would benefit from like some kind of course that's like, here are some skills will help you integrate more easily with other women, with men in society. They'll help you pass. And but to even construct that curriculum requires you to make generalizations about women that
Right.
are not going to resonate with everyone.
Totally.
And like you can't win. And like it's like, here are some things that might be helpful if you want them. They're descriptive of some kinds of women. If this is the kind of person that you see yourself being, this may be helpful for you to integrate in situations where these are the expectations for those women. But you can't do that because, people will immediately come down on you for trying to define gender or make up rules about how women should be. And it's such a sticky problem that good luck,
It's interesting. It's like I feel like, I mean, scaling something like that might be impossible, or doing it in a public way might be impossible. I feel like in a narrower conversation, people are more down to go with you.
Totally. And this is exactly what happens, right? Like nobody will formalize these things. So what happens is you make you make girlfriends, you make cis friends, and you hang out with them, and you pick up all this stuff through observation and nuance and interaction, and it could be made explicit, but it can't be for the social reasons I discussed. So instead, everyone's on their own to learn it from their friend group, and it's hit or miss, and it's heavily dependent on your ability to pick up on social cues, which, because of the coincidences with some of the other mental health issues with transgender issues, can often be kind of hard for some trans people to do at times. And it's just really it's difficult. You have to give it a lot of time and pay a lot of attention, and obviously it'll vary depending on what the rules for your social group are. And but that's also why I tell people, the number one thing you can do if you want to help trans people transition in ways that will help them operate socially without getting their identity challenged is be friends with them. I think a lot of people have a lot of awkwardness around trans people for any number of reasons. And I think especially with early transitioners, the more that you can kind of overlook the gaffes, overlook the things that are missteps that feel off, that are you said the wrong thing, you did the wrong thing, and it feels awkward, and I feel awkward.
Right.
The more that people can set that aside and be understanding with the person and be like, okay, I'm going to treat this person like a younger sister or a younger brother who's still learning the rules. And, and I'm going to kind of gently guide them in the right direction. The better off people will be, because the thing is, most trans people are so grateful for opportunities to kind of have that course correcting feedback, and depending on how it's delivered, right? But this is how humans learn. This is how we all learn.
Totally.
You learn to be a man from interacting with older men who teach you how to do it. You learn to be a woman from interacting with older women who teach you how to do it.
Right.
So when you're transitioning, set the clock back 15, 10 years, right? And assume that someone's at that level of social understanding. And if guys can be welcoming of a female to male transgender person who's trying to learn how to be a man, or if women can be welcoming of a male to female transgender person who's trying to be a woman, and fold them in the same way that they would fold in anyone coming into that environment,
Right.
understanding that it's going to be uncomfortable at times, it will just it's so useful for trans people to have the opportunities to develop that insight.
Right. It's very interesting. By the way, you're getting a lot of love in the chat.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Yeah. This is just like I feel like this is like a weird thing to say. It sounds kind of fun, like to kind of help someone get the ropes of like being a dude. Like
Yeah, I mean, like you know what's funny? I like imagine we had a Big Brothers and Big Sisters program, but for trans people.
Does
Like
that? Yeah.
this would never politically fly, I don't think. But like we need like a Big Brothers and Big Sisters program for trans people. Adopt a trans person, help them adapt to their new gender role, show them the ropes, and like establish a formal relationship, and make it clear that they can ask you whatever questions they have and don't have to be embarrassed, and that you can give them feedback on what they're doing wrong in a situation. And like I think we need this.
Yeah. I mean, even just for anybody. I don't know. I mean, part of my whole kind of outlook on the world is that like there are all these fruitful, learning oriented group interactions, pairwise interactions that just they really seem like they could happen, but they don't. And you get these situations where people like lose their whole peer group when they, I don't know, they go to college and then they leave college and they ship off somewhere to some job and they don't know anybody. It's like we keep breaking people off from like society. And I don't know. I think a lot of people need that.
Well, you know what the real problem with a program like this is how do you validate the quality of the Big Brothers or the Big Sisters? Like, like the issue is that and then so many people, so many cis people struggle with gender identity in their own gender at times. Like so many, I can think of so many women I know who like wouldn't want to do this kind of thing just on the basis of like, fuck, I don't know how to teach someone to be a girl. I barely know how to be a girl. Like, like how am I qualified to do this?
But some women would love it, right? I mean.
Yeah. Well, like, and again, like, are the people who are most enthusiastic about it really going to be the best teachers? I don't know. Right. Like, it probably depends on the person.
I guess, and like, yeah. How do like I don't know? There are men's groups that exist. They must. I don't know. I guess a little bit. It's just like whoever organizes shit, they get to pick the rules of how it works as long as they don't break the law.
Well. And this is the thing too, where like you like this any program like this blows up on contact with actual humans because as soon as you get someone coming in and being like, okay, this is how you girl, this is the way to be a girl,
right?
You have someone else coming in who goes, this is not resonant with my experiences, this is not relevant to my experiences, you are reinforcing damaging gender norms, and fuck you.
Right.
And like it doesn't matter what you're teaching. Someone is going to come in with that perspective on either the left or the right. Like you can't make everyone happy, and like there is no way to do this that doesn't somehow blow up in your face and create some kind of media bullshit.
Well, part of what I wish is it would be cool if that second person could say, that doesn't resonate with me, that's fucked up to me, but it seems like it's worked for you, here's another thing you can do. And now we got an array of options, you know what I mean? We're like making a library of ways to be a dude or ways to be a woman or whatever. This is maybe, again, too idealistic. And some, well, I don't know. And then
you look at... like you just even look at the culture. The problem is that there is no monoculture for gender, right? Like the way to be a female adult lesbian in Portland is going to be very different from the way to be an adult woman for a cis woman, a cis straight woman in small town conservative Utah.
Yeah,
right. It's very, very different, and both women, both with perfectly valid ways of expressing their femininity, and very, very different expectations and life experiences, you know?
What if the framing isn't "this is how to be a woman"? What if the framing is like "this is what I've done to be a woman," or "this is what I've done to be a dude"?
I think, the only way you could make it work would be if you centered it around community norms in
Mm,
like target demographic area. You were like, okay, here are the expectations for women in this community, whether they're fucked up or not,
mm,
whether they're appropriate or not, like in the lens of a wider social stratosphere. Like, if your goal is to be perceived as female and to get along with people in gender typical ways in this community, here are the expectations. And like, that's going to be incredibly difficult to craft
mm,
for anyone.
mm,
And I think that's why you kind of have to pick it up from your friend group, right?
mm. Interestingly, I've been with this research on advertising. One of the angles people talk about is like all these ways that in the 50s, like the idea of the housewife was sort of like drummed up in this certain way to mean and a certain thing, or like the idea of being a feminine woman got attached to like all these things that ended up necessitating that you buy all these products. It's like the ad that literally says like the woman who's a looker, however the fuck they say it in the 50s,
Well,
like shaves their
I,
armpits,
I,
all this shit. Like,
another thing that makes this challenging, and I don't even know if I want to get into this on
yeah,
air, but like,
yeah,
there is there is a tendency with many early male to female transitioners to bring an overly sexualized element into it. And um, I think it's there are lots of reasons for that. And I think one of the big ones is that when you have grown up experiencing women through the male gaze, there tends to be a very strong sexualized element to it. So when you try to turn around and express femininity,
mm,
um, it has often, for some people, a very sexualized thread running through it. And there's also an element of that type of sexuality expression not being permitted to you for your whole life, right?
mm, mm,
Like it's one aspect of the human experience. Like who doesn't want to feel sexy? Like who doesn't want to feel wanted, right? Everyone wants that, like male and female, I think, to in varying expressions and in varying ways.
mm.
And I think that one of the criticisms that people who are expressing that sexualized thread will draw sometimes um, is that this gets back to the whole, I hate even bringing this up too, but this is the old autogonophilic lens of transsexuality, which
I've never heard that
is
word.
focused on it. It's focused on it as as a sexual fetish first and foremost, and it was kind
Right.
of one of the two categorizations or designations that were historically applied to trans people. I don't think it's accurate. I think that it's complicated, and as humans, we all have different experiences with our sexuality expression and feelings toward ourselves. Um, you know, and but I think when you bring that sort of like sexual element into it publicly, for a lot of cis people and for a lot of people who might not understand the complicated emotions and the lack of understanding of norms that kind of feed into that, it just looks like it's very much about like it looks like it's a sex thing.
Well,
And
this is like homosexuality being categorized as like perversion. It kind of reminds me of that, like in historical contexts.
100%,
Yeah.
100%. But like, and the thing is, like, you can't disentangle it. Like, I've had this conversation with my girlfriends in the past, and like, um, women think of themselves, many, and again, it's like it's so hard to talk about this without generalizing. But there are many women.
By the way, I appreciate you're making the attempt, and I'm learning things, and it's interesting. So it is a very, very obviously such a hard thing to talk about. So thank you for trying. But please continue.
I always try. Yeah. I like to plant lightning bolt or lightning rods in the ground, and I haven't gotten hit yet. So
yeah.
I think oh yeah, like Soren brought up, an analogy would be applying the autogonophilic lens to weightlifting for cis men. Yeah. How many times have you seen a guy like go pump iron at the gym and then go home and just like stare at himself in the mirror with his shirt off for like 20 minutes? That happens.
Yeah.
Like people like feeling sexy and they like looking sexy. And I think that a big part of like what kind of frustrates people and pulls them off is that for some trans people, in expressing their gender identity, it might be the first time they've ever felt attractive in the presentation that they're presenting as, right? And they might not have felt like they could express that aspect of themselves their whole life prior because they hated their body for whatever reason. But then because other people are looking at that person through the lens of their own experience, they may not be attracted to that presentation that this person is putting out there. And they go, oh, cringe, like, whatever. And like, that sucks. But it's also a question of norms, because we have strong social norms in place where like we make fun of people who are not conventionally attractive and present themselves as being conventionally attractive. And this is true for cis people as well. And so, at the point in their life when they might be feeling the most free to express their sexuality, or their feelings of like, I'm finally getting to be the person where I can feel good about myself and who I am, they run into this other social barrier where people are all too ready to judge them for not being conventionally attractive. And it's hard. Like it sucks. And the only thing you can do is develop an awareness of that and like understand when it's appropriate to express that publicly and when it's not. And like, this is where you get into like the people who will make fun of a picture of, a male to female trans person who is in a work environment and is often maybe a little bit older and maybe a little like doesn't pass super well and is wearing a completely inappropriate dress for that environment, or like a mini skirt or like a sequin dress or something. Like you've seen these on Reddit and 4chan, you know what I'm talking about. And like, and people love to bash on that, but like the reality is that there's a lot going on in that picture. And one of the things is that person doesn't have necessarily the social context to know that the clothing they've chosen is inappropriate, because they haven't successfully internalized female clothing norms for their environment. And the other thing is that they may not have a lens to, or they may not have a space to present as attractive anywhere else even. So they're doing it in a forum where they feel like they can, but they, either they don't understand or maybe they don't care that it's not socially appropriate there, because they feel like, fuck it. Like, I felt like at times like, oh, I'm weird anyway. What's it matter? Like everyone thinks I'm weird anyway. So, so I think there's some of that too. And so it's like this incredibly complicated ball of like conflicting perspectives and levels of knowledge. And, this is one of those situations where I think if we could help people express that level of sexuality in more appropriate contexts and in feminine typical ways, rather than in ways informed by their perspective of femininity from observing women through the male gaze leading up to their transition, which gives them not ideal always perspectives on how women actually experience and express their sexuality, it would be really helpful for people.
Totally. Well, I just noticed that we are 5 minutes till the end of our planned time, and I actually didn't. Whatever. I don't know. We just found a topic and we went with it. So I wanted to flag that. Now would be a good time if you want to go deeper on any of those things, or if we wanted to hit any topic from the audience that we didn't get to. Just want to sort of make that affordance. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to hold you up. We can definitely cut too, but I'm fine to keep going if we want to keep talking about stuff.
Yeah, I'm down to go a little late. I might even feel even better about going a little late if I order some food on my phone, because then I'll know that food is coming towards me, and then
I think my mom has dinner inside whenever I'm ready to go get it.
Lucky you. All right, let me order something real fast.
I have food.
Yeah. No,
let me see if there's some questions over here.
Yeah. You man the wheel for a second now, while I look at this.
Okay, I'm gonna crash your plane.
It's okay. I secretly kept the controls on something workable.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson is an interesting person to talk about a little bit, because he somehow managed to dominate the conversation for a certain subset of the audience about how men should be. And I can't imagine anyone doing that for women. Not successfully, not at the level of success that he's experienced with presenting this, whether you like him or not, he's presented a very successful model of male masculinity, and it resonates with a lot of people. And I just can't imagine anyone getting similar traction presenting a model for femininity.
Yeah, what's the closest thing? Is it you have celebrities as beauty icons, but that's pretty different.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only place I can see it working is kind of similar to Jordan Peterson's target audience, which is with a conservative return crowd which is fine, but I feel like it tends to be a conservative crowd that kind of leans toward more well-defined gender roles, and so is a little bit more open to it. But at the same time, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder. It is interesting if the sort of defined gender roles thing, especially if you're talking about return type trad things. It's the past. We don't have any fucking idea what it was like. Is kind of part of the thing, so you can kind of make up an idea, and it's not totally empty. I have a degree of tradness in me, and I love studying history and whatever, but a lot of shit. Anyway, I get mad because. Whatever. I mean, the right-wing bros will be return. It's dude, there's a lot of gay shit in history. It's no, it's not that simple, It's anyway, that's just a whole.
It's just tough because it's so difficult when you're dealing with any of this trans stuff to figure out. It's you have to figure out who you're gonna be all over again. You know, You spend however many years figuring out, okay, this is who I am in my assigned gender and current presentation, and now I'm gonna be transitioning to a non-binary or opposite gender presentation, and now I have to figure out who that person's gonna be, and that's gonna be heavily influenced by an individual's experiences with that gender, and so if you're attracted to the gender that you're transitioning toward, you've got the additional element of your sexualized feelings toward that gender. And trying to unthread all of that into an identity is a fucking project.
Yeah. Sorry.
I mean,
No, go ahead.
Fine.
I was just saying I
I
got a
was just
little,
gonna
little
say,
distracted by my fucking burger problem, which I'm going to solve in like 1 second, and then I will be able to be present in a good way.
excellent.
View cart, go to
Also,
checkout, go. Yeah.
if we're if we're I'm happy to keep answering questions on this topic too. If we feel like we're tapping this one out, I'm happy to change too. And I'm having fun talking to you, so
Yeah, yeah.
uh,
I mean, this is kind of the thing. So I don't have like really ever a plan. Like, I don't have a strict plan for these. I just sort of get on. We end up talking, and then it's like, if the goal was to like get a summary of a person's whole shtick, that never happens. What we usually do is we kind of get some of the summary, and then we go somewhere, and then that's what we get. And I kind of like it that way, and it's more organic.
well, it's more like a real conversation.
Yeah, yeah. I like to think so.
Just having real conversations as we fly our plane to Antarctica.
We're going there. We're going there. I don't know. I think we might be taking a long way, but we're going there eventually. We'll go
Are you really
down.
taking me to Antarctica? Do you know where you're going, Michael?
Well, if you follow the sun and sometimes go south instead of following the sun, I think you'll eventually go to the Antarctica.
Isn't the sun west? I feel like you're taking us west.
Well, let's see here. Yeah, but I was going south a lot before, and the west is very
Oh,
beautiful.
Michael. Michael,
I'm
do we need to stop and ask for directions?
I'm going to the Antarctica in our hearts.
All right, what do you want to talk about next? Are we
Um.
continuing? Are we what are we doing?
Yes. 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 No, we're continuing because I ordered food, and I'm happy about that. And wrong way, Kersey strikes again. Yes, I want to ask you something. Let me think about what it is. And I want to say thank you for talking about all that. It's not, let me say it's sort of like not that easy to get a whole download that, as people noted, was nuanced and covers a lot of ground, and just I'm not always like in a place where I can like ask for it, and I don't want to be weird about it, and it's like I want to kind of I appreciated hearing all those things. I just want to share that.
Well, I think it's really fucking hard to talk about. It's so emotionally and politically charged. It's, a lot of people who are more willing to talk about it are sometimes earlier in their transitions and may not have as much context on some of the stuff, because the reality is that by the time you get, 7-10 years into it, you're fucking sick of talking about it and thinking about it sometimes.
Right.
And like, and you don't really have a ton to gain by doing it, Twitter for me, and even conversations that, like, I wouldn't have been able to have this conversation 4 years ago. Like, for me, a big part of why I'm willing to talk about these things has been part of an exercise in reducing my internalized transphobia and my internalized feelings of self-hatred that I grew up with. And as I've come to like love myself more, talking about it has been a really good exercise because, it gives me an opportunity to share my thoughts and to see that people are receptive to it, and I'm not getting like, horrified reactions to talking about being trans. And so
Right.
I think for me, it's been just a really positive exercise in embracing the totality of who I am too,
Yeah, you get to sort of roam the ground that sort of to clarify it, I guess, sort of. Yeah, it's also just like just such a nuclear wasteland to talk to. Just what's visible. What am I trying to say? Sorry, I'm stumbling over myself. What I'm trying to say is, I think a lot of people who are not familiar with some of the stuff we've been talking about, not as familiar, would like to talk about it, but don't know how to, and then they get instead angry people on the news and on the internet, and they get judgment, and they get just like judgy explainers on fucking some some shitty news site is putting out, and it just like I feel like if you zoom out and look at the mass of it, it's just like a nuclear wasteland. But
Well, that's one of the reasons I'm trying to work on that book of essays, because I really do think there's a lot of opportunity to unpack the nuance with a little bit of perspective behind me to share my thoughts. And but you know, I've never wanted to be famous. I've never wanted to be. I hate being involved in the discourse. I talk about this stuff mostly because I think it's helpful for people. And I think it's helpful for both cis people to hear me talk about it, and I think it's helpful for trans people to hear me talk about it. And you know, and I definitely don't have all the answers, and you know, don't even always have good answers, but I have my thoughts, but at the same time, like, I don't even know if I'm writing this book of essays. I don't know if I really want to publish it. Like, that's a lot. I mean, that could easily turn into a cultural flashpoint that I would not be super happy with finding myself in that position. And so it's a lot. It's a lot to ask of anyone, which is why a lot of people just avoid the whole conversation eventually.
Right.
Because, you know, like so hard. It's so hard to like just get to the point for a trans person where you can just live your life.
Chat wants you to publish it.
And you know, you just don't about it anymore, and you don't have to deal with questions about it anymore, and you don't have to have your gender identity challenged, and you don't have to have people picking apart your history and asking uncomfortable questions about your sex life. And like, when you get to that point, if you get to that point, it's just like, holy fuck, like, can I just like live my life and like do what everyone else gets to do by default? Thank you, please.
Right.
So, you know.
Well, this is the sort of going back for those left behind sort of frame arrives, I suppose, but you know.
Well, and then
it's a big world.
Of course,
it's a big world. Like, you don't need to carry the whole fucking world yourself. Like,
no, and like, honestly, it's maybe a little arrogant to even assume that would be the situation. Like, it's not like I'm the first person to ever write about trans issues who's trans. Like, come on, there are tons of writers who've written about this stuff. So, you know, I don't know. I go back and forth on it. I'm slowly working on it.
I guess that does. I am curious about you in writing, and that might be a reasonable segue, because you've written a lot, and I have tried to write, and it's often very difficult. And I know you worked on like an AI writing tool.
I
don't know how far that went. I remember seeing you say you were working on that before I really knew who you were, and I was horrified. Because I was like, no, the AI is going to take away our sacred power of creative writing or whatever. But I don't feel exactly that way anymore. But I wanted to relate that.
You should. It's coming.
What? Yeah, I ultimately concluded something like that. A lot of people's writing is not better than GPT-3 anyway.
Yep.
And so it's sort of peeling back an image or something.
We're less than like 5, maybe 10 years from AI being able to successfully write a book from a seed and have it be as good as most genre fiction that gets published. Like, GPT-3 is pretty fucking close. And, you know, that was released in June of last year. Right. And so, I mean, like, TechSpark, my company, we were working with GPT-2 because of all the drama with OpenAI that went down. And so, you know, I spun that down because I couldn't make it work commercially on either the B2B or the B2C side, but that was a limitation of the quality of the technology, I think, and a degree of acceptance from the mechanism of interaction from the public. And I think 5 years from now, you're going to see this tech all over the place, and it's going to be good. And I think the role of the storyteller is going to be more in terms of how you set up a scenario and what unique touches you put on it than it is going to be about crafting every word. And
Yeah.
there'll be exceptions to that too. Like, some people are going to make a brand around this is not AI writing, and
Mm-hmm.
some people will exclusively buy that out of. But like the quality of writing itself, I think is mostly not going to be better than what the AI is producing. And the reality is that once we can train an AI on like really stellar writing, you're going to be able to have the AI write something in that same style at that level of quality. So you want George R. R. Martin's books finished? Fine, here you go.
Here you go. Here it is. Here's a few different ways they could go. You know.
So I think it's going to become even more about branding and content and positioning than it already is, and less about the quality of the prose and more about the emotional experience that you're seeking.
Do you think there's gonna be like the equivalent of like doping scandals where it like turns out that someone's gonna do this for hype? Like it turns out that some artist was using it was maybe the artist doesn't even exist or something like that. Like
Oh yeah, that's guarantee you that's already happening.
yeah.
Like there are definitely books being put out that are largely or heavily AI written, and no one knows because there's no laws about it requiring you to disclose that right now.
Mm-hmm. That's so weird.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, Humanisque said that they already do that for visual art. I wrote a significant chunk of one of my novels with GPT-3 when I was playing with it and experimenting with it, and it took some tweaking and some shepherding, and I've talked about those strategies for interacting with it. But like,
Right.
if GPT-4 is the leap that GPT-2 to GPT-3 was, then like, game over, man. Like I remember talking to Gorn about this, and
Yeah.
like, he was basically like, "Hey, what you're doing is a dead end because the real end game for this is when the AI can just write the story itself, and we're not far off." And I was like, "Yeah, I agree, but maybe there's a time window there." But more and more as I look at what's happening, like there is not much of a time window. Like
Yeah.
it's basically here.
I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to process that. I think there's like some level at which so it's one thing to like identify as a transhumanist as I once did. I don't care about the label anymore, but like
Wait, you don't care about transhumans, Michael Kersey?
no, it's not what I said. The
Isn't it though?
no, it's no, that's not what we're doing. The it's another thing to actually. A friend of mine used to use the term future burn to refer to like a psychological state that people may already be in, maybe getting into, where the future changes at a speed that can't like be psychologically integrated, and it produces a sort of strange burnout or alienation from like the course of the present. And
Dude, I get that more with every year. Like
yeah.
I don't know. Like I think that's probably part of some of the social fatigue and the social burnout that we're feeling. Like
Mm,
how can you keep up? I mean, I was bitching about automated telephone systems earlier today and how it's like dramatically impacted the degree of satisfaction you have with interacting with any organization. Because at this point,
mm,
anyone you call, your first contact is going to be an automated system.
mm-hmm,
And like, that's I would argue has a significant negative impact on human interaction.
mm,
And it happened overnight without really anyone's consent or buy-in. It's just the most economically viable thing to do.
mm-hmm.
And we're all worse off for it. And, you know, and like we're just going to keep seeing that more and more of that, especially as AI becomes more capable of doing more kinds of jobs.
Yeah, the I played a bit of that game Cyberpunk that came out that was famous for being so unbelievably glitchy. I don't know if you followed any of that.
No, I didn't play it. My ex-girlfriend told me a little about it.
This game basically it was blah blah blah. It was supposed to be like this big, amazing, new blah blah. It was like overhyped basically, but it was supposed to be that you could do like insane body mods, and you could be like part like lizard person, and you could have like you know shoot your arms off like rocket launchers, and like they kind of included a lot of this stuff, but then released a pretty normal, kind of awesome, but like open world anyway. But the world building's cool, and it's definitely, I mean, it's definitely cyberpunk, right? It's definitely like a sort of horrifying future. It's hypersexualized. The advertising is everywhere and horrifying. There's all these like people do these things called brain dances. So they'll like go to a club and they put this like headset on and it like directly stimulates their mind in these violent sexual, imaginations, sort of direct beam to their brain, and like you go.
That's like straight out of Demolition Man. It's like
Uh
a
huh.
25-year-old meme, man.
Uh huh. The Demolition Man with Stallone.
Mm-hmm.
They have the brain
Yeah,
dance thing.
where they downloaded shit into his brain. He got knitting, and his enemy got like martial arts.
Uh huh. Yeah. I mean, in any case, I think a lot of the concepts aren't super new, but it put me in a zone where I was like thinking about the future and like, fuck, we're moving too fast. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
like, this is the whole. I think that increasingly we're unable to keep up with the changes that tech rolls out in society. Look at how different things are today from 10 years ago. Look
Mm.
at how different
Mm.
that is from 20 years before that. And consider the fact that the tech level that our grandparents lived with, like, what was the big change from like 1950 to 1980? Like, television became more ubiquitous,
Right.
and
Right.
like that's it. 30 years. Like, I don't know, we had other stuff too. I guess like cell phones slowly started rolling into the, but like then didn't become prominent for 30 years.
Space
So I
age, though
mean,
that doesn't change your
like,
daily life. Yeah.
yeah, and like now, like in the last 10 years, the last 15 years, we've gone from like nobody knowing, like the iPod being mind blowing to everybody carries around a
Mm-hmm.
magic device in their pocket that does everything they could possibly want, like in
Mm-hmm.
terms of information and entertainment. It's wild.
I find myself slipping, and I ended up calling it my computer. I like just end up calling my phone. Oh, I like left my computer in my room. Um, that's what it fucking is.
It is like it's a fucking magical device. It's funny like being in the desert and kind of being out there where I really have to get more in touch with things that are not solvable through software, like are not solvable via the internet, right? And
Mm.
like my problems become more like, oh, I need a saw, or fuck, I need
Mm.
a wrench to solve this problem.
Hmm.
It's very weird when I've been so immersed in like city tech life for so long where I haven't, like, I can't remember the last time I needed a wrench
Mm-hmm.
prior to my desert adventure.
This is the equivalent
And
of
like,
like moving out of your mom's house, and you're like, wait, I need Tupperware or some shit like that. Like,
yeah, yeah, but it's just it's interesting how divorced we are from like the physical manifestations of human needs, because everything is so taken care of and atomized and transactional now.
yeah.
And like, I it kind of sucks. I don't love it. Like, I don't love, and this is part of what makes me feel old sometimes, right? Like I'm getting old, and I'm like, society today like is falling apart,
Yeah.
and we don't, it's too fast and blah blah. But I mean, like, it kind of is, like, it's changing faster than we can cope with. Like, we are not ready for AI to come in and do the job that project managers do today, and it's gonna, like, real quick.
Yeah. I wonder. Sorry, what the fuck? We're having a weird issue here.
The only thing AI can't do that a project manager can do is go stand at someone's desk and ask them for an update that they're not providing. And the way that that problem is going to be solved in 10 or 15 years is you're going to be hooked up by your computer to a productivity system by your employer. And if you don't provide your update to the project management AI that's responsible for calculating the timelines, you will be dinged on your performance.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, I just bounced the plane. I don't know if you caught that. It literally bounced the plane off the ground.
Are you crashing us?
No, no, no. We're good. Be not alarmed. It's business as usual. This is the metaphor.
Okay.
This is the metaphorical plane to the future.
That was a classy plane trick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The,
Embryosophy said, "Ugh, middle management dystopian future." But the thing is, like, we're headed for it, and no one can stop it. I think that's the most horrifying part of it. It's like how I was talking about the automated phone systems earlier. No one asked for that. No one thought it was a great idea, except for the manager who was tasked with cutting costs on the call department, and the executive who bought into it because it was the obvious and correct financial decision that they were required by their role to make on behalf of shareholders legally. And like, but nobody in there, like nobody at all was like, oh yeah, this is going to be a net plus for humanity. Bullshit. And yet here we are. Like, everyone hates it. We can't do anything to change it, and we're stuck with it.
what is the specific thing you're just talking about? Like automated phone systems, like instead of being able to call a company and talk to a person.
Yeah, it's garbage. It's awful because ultimately, most automated phone systems do not solve your problem. They cannot solve your problem.
Right.
And most of the reasons you need to actually call into a place are quickly and easily and immediately solvable by a human in many cases. And if they're not, then that person probably needed to talk to a human anyway to resolve a more complicated problem. And like, so it's absolutely a cost saving measure, but it doesn't actually save costs by solving problems. It saves costs by bouncing people who don't have a big enough problem that they're willing to fight through an automated system to actually get a hold of someone. So you have a shit ton of irate customers and unhappy CS people, and like everyone hates it, and just no one can do anything about it. It's just how it is now.
Oh yeah, you earlier before we logged on, you wanted to rant about MOLOCH. This seems that we've returned to that theme.
I I am ranting about Moloch. You know, I am. The reason I'm ranting about Moloch is because the title to my RV right now is stuck in Portland DMV hell, and they're not releasing it for unknown reasons, and I need it to retitle it in Washington. And I would love to get in touch with the Portland DMV, but I called them once today and it was an hour wait and I didn't have time. And I called them again in the afternoon and fought through 15 minutes of an automated phone system that they forced me to go through. Like, I couldn't just be like, representative. They were like, nope, tell us why you're here. And like, then when I finally fought my way through the 20 question automated phone system, none of which were relevant to my problem, I got all the way through and went, oh, all of our lines are busy right now. Call back later, and hung up on me. And like, I cannot fix my problem without talking to a person. I don't know what to do. And even once I fix my problem with a person, apparently they're backed up on titles for like months and months. So I have no idea. I might just be stuck here for a while. I'm not sure. And like, this is the kind of situation that would be fixed if you could just get a human on the line. And like, I could at least get an answer to know what to do or know if I was even calling the right department, or like, you know, it would take like 3 seconds to answer my question. And we just don't staff for it. Like, it's dumb.
It's like, and
Everything is dumb and I hate it, Michael.
what should happen is it like trained call centers of people? You think is it better?
Yeah, it's, you know, it's not that expensive to retain a call center employee. It's like, what, $9 an hour, $10 an hour in most states? Like, so you're looking at like $80 a day for someone who can immediately talk to customers and solve their problems. And, you know, maybe they have to answer a bunch of bullshit questions, but like, you know, that's why you could also have levels of CS support too. And like,
Right.
there's solutions to this problem, and we don't use them because they're ever so slightly more expensive. And you've got to keep showing returns quarter over quarter. That's what publicly traded companies are on the hook to do.
It was interesting because when we talked the other day, I don't even know if you would remember the specific offhand comment that you made. but something about it struck me because we were talking about I made these videos. I made that Mammon video, and I think you threw out there something like that. Maybe I had made it. Like maybe one of the themes was like dealing with my questions about whether it was a fine to make money, or you phrased it something like that. And at the time, I think I said no, no, no. I'm down to make money, and then subsequently spent the next few days being like, oh fuck, wait, I think some part of me really is like very against like there's something in me is like against greed or against money or something, and some of it is this sort of what is the tip of the spear leading our society kind of question. And there's different angles people have. One angle people have is well, money drives everything, and that's why we get the shitty phone service. Then someone else will say, oh, but that's a market opportunity. The thing that money really wants is for you to have a good phone service or whatever. But then you look and you actually have the shitty phone service. And the person, you know what I mean? Then there's a further person who says, well, that's exactly what's wrong with having money be the tip of the spear in your society. That's why we need to, like, I don't know, worship God or something as a sort of like different social standard, or you could have a secular version of that. Um, I don't know if those options sort of make sense as like a list, but that's sort of how I end up trying to frame it.
Yeah, I mean, we don't live in a post-scarcity society, so we have to generate value to make a living, right? Like that's the contract. That's the social deal. You generate value, and you're then able to translate that value into goods and services. That's the world that we're in. And um, I do think there is an element of feeling uncomfortable with producing art that maximizes for that, because that's not the goal of producing art. And you get into this with like education and healthcare too, right? Like everything in our society revolves around maximizing revenue. So, but if you're dealing with an arena where maximizing revenue isn't actually the goal, it becomes gross and dirty to like kind of associate them in some ways, because you're compromising on the vision often, or you're compromising on the purpose to optimize for a different metric that may be necessary to satisfy some other obligation that you have, right? Because
Yeah.
like if you can't justify continuing to make the art unless you can make money off it, you're going to make those compromises, because getting to make the art at all is maybe better than not making the art because you can't afford to. And so, yeah, it's definitely a problem.
Yeah, I just go back and forth because, and it does kind of affect how I want to live my life. I just go back and forth, and I'm probably letting philosophy get in the way of normal concrete decisions, which is a sort of flaw I occasionally have. But um, it's like, but never mind that for now. We're on the philosophy talk show. I can fucking do philosophy. It's like, I don't know. Does the market provide a way out or not? Like, stay the libertarian says stay the course. Just right. If you don't like X, make the company that solves it.
Well, I think it depends what your goals are, right? Like, because the problem is, and now we're getting into like, corporate warfare and stuff, but like the basically the market model of build a company that does stuff really well and outcompete the company that doesn't actually work, because there are significant startup costs to getting into any space, even low friction spaces, right? And then as soon as you have a model that works, that creates a threat to a business, competitors can copy it. And competitors, I mean, look at what Twitter is doing with all these features they're using to fight Substack and
Totally.
What's the chat app?
Clubhouse. Yeah.
Clubhouse. Yeah, I mean, like Twitter just lifted their model because they're a potential competitor to them. And and then I look at someone like Amazon, who when I was working for Amazon back in '08, all the Kool-Aid, all the company Kool-Aid was about customer first, customers most important, customer satisfaction, customer service. Like, we're all about the customer. We'll do anything to satisfy the customer. And that got like drilled into us. And at the time, that was a very advantageous position for Amazon to take because it allowed them to achieve market dominance. And because the online shopping experience for most companies was absolute garbage. And Amazon made it easy and they made it risk-free because you could always send stuff back if it wasn't exactly what you hoped for. And it was a curated selection of content. But then, as soon as Amazon achieved market dominance, they started eroding quality. They started eroding customer focus. And now they could give a fuck about customers because they're the gorilla. They're the 600-pound gorilla. They do not give a fuck. And like, they will do what is advantageous to maintain their market position at the expense of their customers. And this is a normal evolution of a product life cycle. Like, you know, you talk about product life cycles and you look at how, you know, products go through a growth phase, which is usually predicated on targeting a market gap or a market demographic that is underserved by the existing technology or solutions. It's like product 1001. Like, this is how you break into an industry, and you build from there to jump on the heels of, you know, other places that your competitors are underserving, and maybe you can outcompete them and you can build a brand around it, and great. But at some point, it stops being advantageous from a financial perspective to continue focusing on these things that were necessary for your competitive edge because they're expensive. And they're expensive to do at scale, and that's why your competitors weren't doing them. So now, or one of the reasons, maybe. But now that you've dethroned the competition and like choked out with temporary fixes anyone who might be coming up on you, if you're savvy and have great metrics, like Amazon is noted for doing, and, you know, are doing all these things to maintain your market dominance, you're going to do things that improve your revenue per dollar, which are often shady shit that is actually not an optimal customer experience. It just it's a value transfer. You start transferring more value that you offered to customers back to your organization, and it is a absolutely, as far as I can tell, largely unfightable feature of modern companies and the growth demands and the growth targets that are required to retain a level of dominance. And so, like, this, you know, when I talk about MOLOCH in action, I have been in these positions and I don't know how you stop the creep, because I've always been someone who, you know, I actually was deeply shaped and or scarred by my early propaganda indoctrination at Amazon, and being like, believing that we should actually care about the customer and believing that we should actually make a great customer experience regardless of where we are in the market. And like, you know, and so I would like fight more senior product managers who wanted to like shove all these ads into the product that I was working on. And like, the fights that we would have would always be like, yeah, it like makes it a worse customer experience. Nobody likes it. They're like, yeah, but it'll generate revenue. Yeah, but it's terrible. Yeah, but it's going to generate revenue, so we have to do it. And like, right. I would get so tired of those conversations. But the reality is that they're right. Like, they're 100% right. It is maximizing revenue. And if you don't have a competitor coming up on your heels to snap those customers away, there's no reason not to. Unless you have like a charismatic leader who cares about that vision and is pushing for it. And most companies don't have that, because ultimately making money is what you're in business for.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things that I just find that I'm kind of obsessed with, and it's like I feel like I only have symbolic sort of like answers to. It's like making money is what you're in business for, but like no, here, let me try this. No claim about practicality whatsoever. Call it a foolish dream, right? But it's like, making money is what you're in business for, but like really you're in business to live a life, right? It's sort of like And aren't you living and isn't don't you want to live a life that is like beneficial? It's sort of like maybe it's just that I believe that there like should and can be this higher sense of goodness than the we're here to make money, and that's not incompatible with making lots and lots and lots of money. And this is just a bunch of words, right? It's sort of not, it's not a practical sort of thing, but I find myself dwelling on it.
Well, I mean, like, okay, so are we talking about individual creators or are we talking about companies? Because I think there's different angles there.
Right. I mean, society. I mean, but also companies. I think it's sort of wherever that money maxing thing is making the world shitty and ugly to be in. I guess, like, is where I
Because
start thinking about this.
because the thing is, and now I'm gonna start getting the like mystical adjacent shit. But when we talk about companies, you're basically dealing with an egregore. You know, like the company is bigger than any individual inside of it, including the CEO, who's responsible to the board and shareholders. They have a fiscal and they have a fiscal responsibility to continue to grow the organization and look out for the best interests of shareholders in the
Right.
company, and to make decisions that are out of alignment with the interests of the shareholders, who are primarily interested in seeing a return on their investment by nature of the structure.
Right.
You can't do anything but make profit maximizing decisions. It's the nature of the organization to begin with. When I was really frustrated, sorry, I'm gonna ramble for a minute, but
Yeah.
when when I was really frustrated with the whole corporate landscape in general, like I went through a period when I burned out on my last job where I was just furious at this whole structure. I hated it. I hate the I hate the bureaucracy. I hate the bad decision making. I hate the non-human flourishing maximizing decisions. And I went through this whole period where I like looked into alternate business structures,
Mm.
and they exist. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I think the companies that do this well tend to be employee-owned companies who understand that maximizing their customer happiness is responsible for their continued existence and success. Um, but that model is very difficult to get off the ground and requires a way of thinking about organizations and about money in particular that doesn't really work with the nature of modern transactional work and people who don't stay at a company for more than 2 years. Like you don't want to give ownership of your company to someone who's only going to be there for 2 years and
Right.
then is going to leave and continue to reap the rewards of that. And nobody wants to work at Land O'Lakes for 20 years for the most part, which is one of the companies that actually has that business structure. And then you look at people like the base camp guys who are not
Mm-hmm.
super popular in the media right now, but are famous for pushing a business model that focuses not on exponential boundless growth, but on sustainable growth and a quality working environment for their employees and a quality experience for customers. And even there, like the dude wrote the book on it, and incredibly difficult to maintain that, and
Mm-hmm.
and requires an extremely strong leader who's believes in the vision enough to say, no, we're going to not take these opportunities to profit, even though we have competitors who are eating our lunch by doing shadier things than us, and we're going to be okay with the customers that we land who believe in our vision. Like, Jesus, that is a hard sell.
Mm.
And the problem is you very much have like you very much have like a lowest common denominator problem where like someone is going to do it. So, and if it's the optimal strategy, that person is going to win. And so you can either play dirty or lose. And like I don't know what to do about that. I've spent 20 years thinking about the problem, and it's an
Mm-hmm.
incredibly hard problem to solve. Because the default answer to it is, oh, capitalism's the problem, so we need socialism. Well, I hate to tell you this, but Your real problem is human nature, and socialism doesn't come with like very atomized and customized rules for different situations with emergent technology. And you end up with bureaucracy and rule by committee and like I don't know. I don't know how you
Yeah.
solve it. I don't know how you fix it. It's a clusterfuck.
So one of the classical answers might be I mean, again, philosophy land. I mean, people tend to think these things are very unrealistic, and so, but it's, I mean, the idea of religion, in like the way that like Rome practiced it. Sorry, I mean the Catholics, was that there would be a highest authority on goodness, basically, right? And sort of that was given some temporal powers, and sort of had a special alliance with the king or whatever to basically, where needed, discipline the society into serving that higher goal. And so I guess I'd be curious to know your thoughts, even in theory, if we're, sim citying this shit, of like, you know, speculative fictioning it, of like, I don't know. I mean, it's like
Yeah,
that angle.
yeah. I mean, what you're talking about is moral controls around unfettered maximus. Like you're talking about moral controls around paper clipping. Like
Yeah,
to
yeah,
to really kind of wrap my whole complaint about Malachian development into a succinct statement, let's call it paper clipping, because that's what
yeah,
it is, right? Like
totally.
we're optimizing for an outcome that has a questionable utility to actual humans in the long run for many cases. And like um establishing moral controls around that, sure, has historically been the purview of religious authorities, but with mixed results. Like to have a moral authority, you have to have an agreement on a set of morals, and it doesn't necessarily even need to be a religion or a religious figure. Like this, in theory, could be the role of the government too.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's really just some body of people who agree that like these are the things that are actually going to promote flourishing, and we'll do things that can maximize people's opportunities for individual gain, but we're not going to allow these things. Because really, if you get all the way down to like the base level of this conversation, the most financially viable thing that you can do to improve your position is to kill your buddy and take his stuff. You know? Like
Mm,
murder your pal, take his things. Cool. That was pretty easy. Now you've got everything you need. Except we don't do that because we have moral prohibitions against it. And those moral prohibitions are upheld by both custom and law. And so like, yeah, I think you're right. I think those types of moral prohibitions, regardless of the body, are a way that you can constrain the paper clipping. But to do that, you have to have widespread buy-in to a moral system, and that's part of where the unthreading of spirituality and religion in
mm.
modern society has kind of left us a little adrift. However, the the historical systems that we've set up around this have not always actually promoted human flourishing. Like Christianity does not have a great track record of dealing with gay people or trans people. And there are going to be people who will argue that like actually those elements are destabilizing for our society and we're right to police them. And like how you feel about that depends on who you are and what you believe about how to facilitate human flourishing for the largest number of people. And there's all these questions about how to integrate all these things in society that I think have become so complex the more that we've stepped up to a national and global stage, right? Like it's much easier to solve these problems at the community level even.
Mm.
And
Mm-hmm.
you know,
The
it,
society's too damn big.
it yeah, it's hard to get agreement among any group of diverse people. And so I guess what I'm saying is I don't know how you form the moral structures that constrain those types of engagements if we
Mm-hmm.
can't even get people to agree on basic questions of, you know, decency and who should be allowed to marry who or who should be allowed to kiss who, you know?
Yeah, it's um. Oh, let me think for a second. This is very useful conversation for me to be having. Um, I'm appreciating your clarity around it. The Because I thought you were gonna reject my framework with the Pope more than you did, and I'm glad that you didn't, because now I'm like, all right, this is
No,
closer to
I
like,
think
yeah,
I mean, I think the Pope is a great constraint on unfettered capitalism. It's just that the Pope is not really ideal for the
right,
myriad expressions of gender identity or the people that don't like practicing the types of faith-based practices that they're not on board with and start killing witches, or
right.
that, they don't love having gay people in their community and start lining gay people up to shoot them. Like, that's not ideal either. And so,
And you're giving
you
those
know,
examples, well, because those examples are historical, but then are you also giving those
right.
examples as a sort of metaphorical? Um,
Yeah, I mean, I guess like, okay, so there was, you know, there were periods in history where religious influences of different kinds in different places restricted how people could be and who people could be and what
mm,
people could do.
mm,
And, that those expressions are myriad, and the expressions of authority are myriad. Like, this could easily just also be like a North Korean style dictatorship where we have rules for how you will be as a human, and if you violate them, you will get sent to prison and maybe killed. And like, I kind of lost my train of thought here, but like, I I think that it is very difficult to predict the ways in which your religious or control system will need to evolve to account for shifting social perspectives down the line
yeah,
or shifting circumstances down the line. And like we have no idea how transhumanist type modifications are going to intersect with culture in the years to come, and what that might do to our moral intuitions about different kinds of things. Like,
mm.
if tomorrow we develop the technology to allow men to become pregnant if they want to be, what'll that do to our social institutions? Like, that's gonna fuck all kinds of shit up, you know? I mean,
What I think we need is a like a techno pope who is chill about gender. Thoughts?
I think that it's going to be difficult for any. You have two problems with it with establishing a moral system. It's how do you make it flexible enough to adapt to emergent situations and not completely collapse? Because I think a big part of why Christianity has collapsed in America in particular,
Mm,
and I say collapsed, it hasn't collapsed obviously, but it is significantly less culturally relevant than it was 50 years ago.
mm,
Like,
for sure.
significantly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I think a big part of that is that it hasn't adapted well to modern trends, modern life, and modern social perspectives around sexuality, and not just like homosexuality, like around sexuality in general, around around the very transactional nature of life today. Like, the this moral framework grew up in a world that doesn't resemble the world that we live in now. And I think it's very difficult to roll a system that is both strong enough to resist bad actors pushing against it for their own ends
Mm,
and flexible enough to accommodate new changes like that, and is also appealing enough that it can spread widely enough to bring people around to its way of thinking.
mm.
Because, why are the great religions of the world so big? And I think the ones that are really successful offer fantastic hooks that address base level human needs.
For sure.
Like one of Christianity's big problems that it addresses is, it's like, hey, life is not always awesome, but those people you love that you're losing and that misery that you're going through, like, it's all for a reason, and you're going to be rewarded for it after you die.
Mm,
And also, um, you know, we will allow to feel better about the ways if you do X, Y, and Z. So, go to your priest, confess your sins, be absolved, and you no longer have to feel bad about that thing that you previously felt bad about. That's a pretty powerful hook.
Yeah.
And both of those are pretty powerful hooks. And I think that's part of the reason why that message spreads so easily and so well when it does. And like, you need all of those elements for a strong and consistent moral framework. And I don't know, like,
Yeah.
it seems very difficult to manufacture that.
Yeah, part of the thing. So I was kind of cracking the joke about the techno pope, but part of the techno pope sounds so extreme because it's so like it's like sci-fi-ish or something. Part of my worldview here is that I think we have a moral direction, and it has higher and lower elements. Like I think some part of us is just sort of knows that we are damned and is just going through the motions, and some other part of us like has hope and a higher vision and wants to be liberated from death and wants to be forgiven in whatever form that has to take or things like that. I'm interested too sometimes in more secular, like sort of secular, but still really richly defined visions of how to be. I think of the American founding fathers sometimes as an example of like they were very Christian, but a lot of that like kind of early American energy doesn't always have to be defined in religious terms, and sort of all those conversations about liberty and like sort of like living free and stuff, right? It's sort of it's rich.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I was sitting here thinking about secular identity when you mentioned that, and like actually something like libertarianism strikes me as the most consistent, strictly secular value system that is widely discussed today. Like I can't think of another secular value system that is cohesive and coherent and easily identifiable but like leave me alone and let me do my thing and be free is a pretty coherent bite-sized package, right? And like I actually think this is something where secularism in particular really struggles to define that sort of moral identity in general, because absent a faith or absent a belief system, how do you like what is your basis for gaining alignment on a set of rules that'll resonate with people? Like by what authority do you claim that your set of moral rules makes things easier and better for humans? Because people are always going to disagree, and if you can point to me like God said so, that's a pretty you can't really argue with that answer unless you want to argue against the entire faith system.
It's interesting too because sorry to jump in, but it's interesting too because a lot of these past things make their name in a way. They take their legitimacy in part not by argument but by deeds. It's like early Islam, like fucking that's it's like a lot of us will have encountered just the vibe in Dune of like the sort of sweeping the desert, right? The sort of like powerful raging horde or whatever. It's like Islam was kicking a lot of ass, and the things like this sort of lend credence to the early claims. And likewise like communism sort of was simply kind of dotting the I's and crossing the T's on its claim of authority until it completely fell to pieces.
I don't know, I'm not a big fan of communism or socialism in general, mostly because it's, I think, extremely vulnerable to backers in most implementations I've seen suggested for it. And I think that AI could maybe be a solution to that, but I have no confidence that we're going to use it that way.
Right.
So, hey, I also wanted to time check. We're coming up on 4 hours.
Yeah. And my food's a minute away.
Okay with that. I don't want to do too much later, but do we want to talk about any magic stuff? I saw someone ask about that earlier before we go.
Yeah. Let's do it.
You've had me on for 4 hours and we haven't talked about
Yeah,
magic
yeah,
at
yeah,
all,
yeah.
really.
That's an achievement. You see, because Lim, I don't just go for what random common folk would want to hear about. I go for what the elite audience of philosophers on Twitch would want to hear about. I go for the real shit. But we do want to hear about magic. Um,
What do you want to hear about magic?
so just for context, I
Hello?
had
Did I lose you? Are you
no, no,
back?
no, no. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you
Oh,
now.
you can hear me now. We might have had delay. I was just thinking. Um, by the way, if y'all wanna throw in there questions about the magic thing, that can be a good way to move forward. I know Karma Custodian had some questions about it. Um, how'd you get into it? What intrigues you? What do you want to be able to do there? Like, is there like a frontier you're thinking about, or kind of what role does it have in your life? That might be a
Yeah, let's see. One sec. I will give you the very short Cliff's Notes version of that. If you guys are curious about this, like go check out my podcast. I talk about this at length, or go read my Magic FAQ on my website, which I also discuss my views on this stuff at length. But in short, like I have had enough weird experiences in my life to persuade me that there may be more to how humans interact with the world than we are necessarily presented with or understand well by our education and by the world around us, by the secular world around us especially. And I'm very curious about those things, and I'm very curious to what degree interaction with them might be possible. And I'm very curious what purpose or role those interactions might play or serve in the lives of humans. And I guess, like, in a real nutshell, I really just want to, like, develop a better model of how reality works or could work if indeed our model is incomplete.
Lynn, my food just arrived and I'm going to grab it. But Karma Custodian had this question. Could you share your thoughts on confirmation bias? If you're
Yeah,
if you're done to
yeah.
grab that
So
one, all right, I'll be right back.
totally. So yeah, let's talk about confirmation bias. So I think that no one is immune to confirmation bias, and I am definitely not. And I am I'm always asking myself this question, right? Because I mean, like, um, my Twitter shtick is I'm way more playful and jokey and like into the magic on Twitter than I think I actually am. And if you read my FAQ, you get a much more nuanced take on it from me. Um, where I'm much more cautious about stating concretely that things work this way or things work that way. All I can do is offer observations. With the confirmation bias, that's the question I get the most often when throwing tarot, and and tarot in particular is weird. It's a weird case study because you know it's true that there are lots of different ways to interpret the cards that fall, and it's also true that you can kind of read into the cards things that you want to apply to the situation. But at the same time, I've thrown hundreds and hundreds of tarot spreads at this point, and I'll continue to make this point that it is, once you understand the symbolism behind the cards and what the cards are supposed to mean, you begin to appreciate how unlikely it is for the cards to line up as well as they often do for experienced readers. And sure, there's elements of confirmation bias in it, but like it's like Vekanen is saying, it's insanely accurate. It's more accurate than it has any right to be at describing situations. And given how many cards there are and how many different things the cards can mean, it's stupid. It like my experiences with tarot made me angry when I originally came into it, because even challenging myself as hard as I could on confirmation bias. The cards describe things more accurately than they should with a startling level of consistency. And I say this as someone who played Magic the Gathering for like 20 years. Look, I know how card probabilities work. Um, and and I know what all the cards in the deck mean. And the amount of times that the cards come up describing situations way more accurately than they have any right to is insane. And you guys should see my DMs. Like, I get DMs from people all the time, and they're like, so I thought you were just, like, on some BS confirmation bias shit, but I started throwing tarot, and, like, this shit is fucking weird. And I always respond with all caps, and I'm like, I know. This is what got me on it, too, partially. It's dumb. It doesn't make any sense. And yet, here we are. And you don't appreciate that until you actually like start playing with it and start coming into contact with it. I don't think it's just confirmation bias. I think a lot of people are less careful and less rigorous with their experiences with magic and synchronicity and confirmation bias. I think a lot of people, to Karma Custodian's point, is, you know, have a tendency to see something coincidental and like look for a magical explanation. But I think the flip side to that is there are absolutely things that I have seen and things that people have reported to me that do not appear to be confirmation bias and are really statistically unlikely. And yeah, like small things do happen, but like, I don't know, like they shouldn't happen with the regularity with which they do for certain individuals in certain circumstances. And like, I think of stuff like, you know, I was discussing with Eigenrobot, some of his experiences. Like we've had conversations about this before, and he made the observation, and I've heard this echoed by a lot of people, that like after taking entheogens, you know, after taking hallucinogenic drugs, there's a period of time where more synchronicity happens, like where more unusual things happen in the days or weeks directly after a very intense trip compared to someone's baseline norm. And you can come up with all kinds of theories about that. You know, you can be like, oh, maybe you just notice things more because you're more in tune with the world around you. Maybe you can say that you're misinterpreting things that are happening to you because there's residual effects from the drug. I don't know. But like, I think about how Eigen told me that, you know, after a pretty intense experience with a hallucinogenic drug, he was playing with tarot reads and trying to read on his life. And he drew like the same card, like 6 times in a row in rapid succession after that. The odds of that happening are so fucking low. And I don't think that like his post-trip experience was like causing him to misread the card he was drawing somehow, or like see it other than it actually was. And I don't know how to explain stories like that. I have no clue like what to do with that. And it's just stuff like that. It's super weird.
I've had some pretty weird reads, but haven't grappled with it quite enough. I think there's weird shit for sure.
There's people hate it when I bring this up because it, you know, this plays into all the skeptics being like, bull, that's stupid. But like, the degree to which you believe that the cards will actually produce good information, and the degree to which other people present believe that the cards will produce good information, directly impacts how well the cards produce good information. It does. I can't explain it. It does.
It's like there's more mojo. There's more spark in the air, I feel like.
Well, I mean, if you want to get really deep into the woo stuff, like we can get into a conversation about like belief and disbelief fields, and like, you know, if all of this shit is powered on, if there's some like intangible element of belief or expectation that plays into a human's ability to manipulate probability or manipulate reality. And there's a whole list of caveats I'm not going to go into here because I hate listing them all every time. Go read my FAQ. But like, if you accept this framework, then like, it stands to reason that someone's disbelief would be as strong as someone else's belief and would create interference. So, like, I've noticed that when I'm reading for extremely skeptical friends, the reads tend to be worse describing like neutral situations than when I'm reading for friends who are not skeptical or reading for myself. And some people will be like, well, that's an obvious example of confirmation bias. And my response to that is, well, maybe. I mean, there are other ways to explain that too. And the thing is, as these friends who are skeptical start to question that skepticism a little, the reads for them get better. And again, we're talking about reads of relatively neutral situations where it's about things that have already happened or things that are currently happening, and the cards are descriptive in nature. So like it's so hard to persuade a skeptic of this until they actually see it themselves. But I can't tell you how many DMs I've gotten where people are like, I was skeptical and then I started playing with it and holy fuck, like what the fuck?
I think part of it is that the conversation, people are rarely like creative enough about creative is going to make it sound wrong, but it's like people are rarely willing to look at how, I don't know, it's like kind of like, by the way, context to all this, we don't fucking know how metaphysics works. It's like context for all this, it's like people think we know so much shit that we don't know, right? People think we know what happens when you die. You know, there's like a whole lot of sort of baggage that comes in, and then when you're talking about like whether the results mean anything, it so rarely turns into and understandably so rarely turns into what could be potentially a very speculative but well-intended conversation about like how could reality work, you know, that would make it be that the results were meaningful, and how could reality work that would make it be that it was not meaningful and we're deluding ourselves. But that's such a hard conversation to have.
I think the conversation is also muddied by the fact that most people playing in this space are just not very serious about it.
Right,
or they think
right.
they're serious about it, but they're not doing themselves any favors. And like, that's why I'm so careful when I write about this stuff, especially in my FAQ, to differentiate between what I'm talking about and what I'm not talking about. Because, you know, there's so many people will throw the word magic around pretty loosely. And, you know, and like what they're actually describing is like the a mechanical art of creation, or they're talking about using self-talk and like identity self-discovery to change their internal perspective of themselves,
Right.
which is useful and good, but I wouldn't necessarily call that magical. Like that doesn't violate physics in any way.
Right.
And like, so the conversation is so muddy, and a lot of the people who get into this space are younger and not careful, and like sometimes, you know, questionably stable. And, you know, I get DMs from all kinds of people that are just like, I'm like, dude, I don't even know what you're talking about. And like,
oh my god, I'm imagining.
and like,
I get some weird DMs. You must
yeah.
get so much weirder DMs than I get for like 10 different reasons. But yeah,
I think, you know, I haven't gotten very many weird DMs lately, and I wonder if I think I have a habit of complaining about weird DMs when I get them sometimes. And I posted like that whole thread on how to not be creepy.
yeah.
And I I feel like maybe people are kind of afraid to DM me weird shit now. Which, you know, that's okay. Like if people want to approach me with like a reasonable discussion and a neutral discussion, great. Like you know, I do like to talk about this stuff, but like
right.
I do get the occasional DM that's like someone just like life dumping on me, and like
Yeah, no,
we do not see eye to eye on what they think they're experiencing, and those are challenging.
it's fucked, and it's like I shouldn't. I resist this, but some part of me, it's like I think now and then I'm like, God, I should just like make an example. Like, I should just dunk on someone so hard that like the social fabric never forgets, and then I'll just stop getting weird shit. But I'm not close to that. I just like to think about it. Um,
I've wondered this before, and I think I was talking to Visa in DMs about it once, but like I
mm,
can't tell if because like I'm often very surprised that I don't catch more flack for my Twitter presence. I feel like I'm always like I
mm,
always joke about how I like to jam lightning rods into the ground, and I
mm-hmm,
never seem to get struck.
mm-hmm,
And like I don't know if it's because like I can't tell if it's because people are intimidated by me or if I seem too nice or if I seem not worth attacking or if I seem like I'm just making good points and it's not worth
mm-hmm,
attacking me. And I
mm-hmm.
can't figure out like which it is or which combination of those things it is. But
Yeah,
I don't catch much flack from anyone. Even like people who are normally pretty punchy and pretty grumpy, like
yeah.
are pretty civil with me. So I don't know.
Part of it is that the global anxiety about like getting called out and getting canceled and getting all that is pretty drummed up because there are these high profile cases, and it's like maybe things are not that bad in some ways. Um, there's another whole side of it, which is I remember realizing years ago, like people would tell me things that people had said to them that were very weird, and I would think to myself, I cannot imagine in 1,000 years anyone saying that to me, and I think it's because I kind of end up walking around the world with like this aura of a certain level of like I'm not going to take your shit, and I think that rather than this kind of like somehow banishing bullshit from the world, it just causes me to not see it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of carry that aura too pretty intentionally, and I
Yeah.
guess it comes through because people don't. I mean, like the meanest comment I think I've gotten in recent memory was when I like popped into Reddit on the Bailey and someone sent me a shitty DM that was like asked me why I hadn't killed myself yet. And
Mm,
like at this point in my life, I just kind of like was like, okay, dude,
right.
whatever.
Yeah.
And like, but I just don't get shitty DMs from people, which is funny because like my DMs are open. Like I
Mm-hmm.
think most of the DMs I get are actually pretty well intentioned and polite. And
Yeah.
like I don't get randos hitting on me. Um I don't get anything really mean thrown my way. And like I don't know, maybe I'm just lucky.
Well, whatever you're doing. I mean, the yeah, some comments here.
But yeah, I mean like with the magic stuff in general, I don't know. I kind of mentioned this to you the other day, Kersey, too, but
Mm-hmm.
like I don't know how much of it's real. I don't know how much isn't.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely do like little rituals and stuff with the intention that they will have an impact.
Mm.
And often they appear to.
Mm.
Um, I am not willing to conclusively say that they're responsible for that or that it's not just confirmation bias on my part or that those things wouldn't have happened anyway. Um, Tarot reads are spookily accurate and I can't explain it and I can't prove it to you because you're not going to believe it unless you see it yourself and get a feel for it yourself anyway. Um, I am also very uncertain about effect sizes in general.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have yet to talk to anyone who has been able to or who claims to be able to consistently produce what I call type 2 type 2 or sorry, category 2 phenomena, which are like significant violations of physics, like making a fireball appear from thin air,
Mm. Mm-hmm.
causing a rain of frogs,
Mm-hmm.
like manifesting an object that wasn't there previously. I have a lot more examples of category 1 effects, which are like, you know, more mental access to information type stuff. Like tarot falls into category 1.
Mm. Like inference.
And like,
How would you
yeah, and
categorize like body effects? So laying on hands and healing someone, or causing someone else to have like a trippy mental thing, or um, uh, in theory, locking up someone's body or releasing them from said situation. It seems kind of on the edge.
yeah, I would. Those are tough. I think I would still call those category 1 effects because they're largely they're largely internal. You're still producing something, and you're still taking an action and producing a result, but that result doesn't itself violate physics. So I mean, like you're still you can explain that by modifying the target's expectations and messing with their psychology, which is why I think that magicians are a lot of times are associated with like lies and deception historically. And it's because there is that element of magical practice that plays with perception and
Right.
expectation.
Right.
But then you have all of these sources that claim that category 2 effects are possible and exist and are just rarer.
Right.
And I have yet to see any compelling evidence of that being true. There's a lot of writing about it. There's a lot of claims that it's possible. I have yet to meet anyone who can make those kinds of things happen with any level of consistency. Daniel Ingram might be the closest, and even his examples are very weak. And so, and questionable. And he talks about like physically moving a flame. But most of what you hear about in this space is very like visualization, energy oriented. And so until I see stronger evidence that physical effects are possible.
Are we back? I think we're back.
Are we back?
I think we're back.
Okay, cool.
Okay, we're back. You were saying, oh yeah, I said something about history and something like that, and your reaction.
Yeah. So I was just gonna, and I'll just say this real quick before we wrap.
Yeah.
But, like it's interesting because when you start playing in this space, you start realizing exactly how permeable the boundaries between perception and experience and manifestation and influencing other people's perception can really be. And so you look at some of these claims of category 2 situations, you have to ask yourself, like, is this metaphor, or was this experienced literally, even if it didn't actually violate physics? And how has the story changed? And like, it's so hard to unthread these questions.
Right.
And I don't know what the answer is. Like, that's part of why I'm doing the research. My earnest desire is to meet someone who claims that they can produce category 2 results and demonstrates it to my satisfaction.
Well, amazingly, by the way, we've made it to the ocean in this
amazing
in this game. We've made it to the coast somewhere.
We're well on the way to Antarctica.
What's that?
I said we're well on the way to Antarctica.
We're well
or
on
possibly
our way.
Just the west coast of South America.
Yeah, well, I think we're closer than we were before. I think people still have questions for you, but we should actually wrap here. So I will just like to thank you, Lim, for coming on. This was fucking awesome. I'm hyped to put this on YouTube and share it with the people who weren't able to make it live and everything. And I just, totally glad to have you.
Thanks for having me. This is awesome. I had a lot of fun chatting with you for these 4.5 hours.
No, yeah, no, I love it when we go long. I've gone long a few times. Went long with Hagen. It's always fun. But chat, you guys are the best. I'm amazed at how many of you even came back after the stream broke. But here we are. Thanks again, all.
Thanks, everyone. It was really fun to chat with you. We'll catch you guys later on Twitter and so forth. All right, night, Cruzy. Night, everyone.